Good evening and welcome to the City of Roswell Mayor and City Council meeting for March 27th, 2023. I am Mayor Kurt Wilson, and I'd like to introduce and acknowledge my colleagues and council members present. Councilmember Sarah Beeson, Councilmember Christine Hall, Councilmember Lee Hills, Councilmember William Mortland, Councilmember Michael Palermo, and Councilmember Dr. Peter Vanstrom. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to our City Administrator, Mr. Randy Knighton, to explain how the meeting is run. Mr. Knighton.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. In accordance with Section Chapter 3.70 of the City Code, the City Council shall hold regular public meetings. The purpose of City Council meetings are for the public to participate and speak on agenda items which constitute formal decisions by the elected body. These items are listed on the published agenda, and they can be accessed via the city website prior to the meeting. This is a public meeting, and some items do require a formal public hearing. A significant and important component of City Council meetings are to hear directly from residents on the items listed on the agenda. Public comments or questions are essential for Mayor and Council to incorporate as they contemplate each decision. Residents are at the top of our organizational chart, and therefore it is imperative for Mayor and Council to hear from residents in these meetings. If you would like to speak on an item, we ask that you fill out a comment card, which are located at the back of the room, in order to ensure an accurate record of the meeting. We ask, of course, that everyone observe the principles of mutual respect and display the appropriate demeanor during the meeting this evening, which should be and is reflective of this great community. The mayor is the presiding officer of the meeting and will ensure the orderly exchange of questions, comments, and discussion leading to decision-making by the elected body. We also encourage those in attendance and the viewing audience to visit the city website for meetings, events, and additional departmental information. We also encourage everyone to review and participate in the various activities and offerings in the city. There are a number of events scheduled upcoming in the city of Roswell that the mayor will discuss shortly, which promote community, physical activity, and leisure as we all make Roswell the #1 family community in America. Mayor Wilson.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Mr. Knighton. At this time, we are privileged to have one of the great leaders in our community who represents one of the great churches in our community, the pastor of Pleasant Hill Church, Dr. Saban Strickland, to lead us in a moment of silence and prayer.
As we are standing today, certainly we acknowledge our mayor and council. Thank you all for the privilege of being able to share with you in this moment of silence and this time of prayer. So we'll begin, of course, with a moment of silence, and I will close out with prayer. Let's bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day that you have made. We are privileged, God, to be in it, and we thank you for this day's journey. God, I thank you for the city of Roswell and all the residents that make it up, God, for the different cultures and ethnicities and races. God, I pray that you would bless this city, certainly with your presence, that we can, in fact, be a city of people who come together and move in unity, that we can be a city that reflects community. Tonight, as we gather in this place, of course, for this mayor and council meeting, I would ask for your presence, that you would lead our council and mayor in with wisdom and in understanding and insight, that they, together as mayor and council, will move in the spirit of unity and bond of peace. I do pray a very special prayer for our Mayor Kurt Wilson, council members Sarah Beeson, council member Christine Hall, and council member G. Lee Hills, and council member William Mortland, and council member Mike Palermo, and council member Dr. Peter Vanstrom. I do pray that you would crown each of their heads with wisdom, and that as they work together, that it would be reflected even in our city. All that is on the agenda tonight, I do pray that you would bless. And God, I pray that in all that even will be said and done, that you would ultimately get the glory. That as this meeting adjourns, that all that was intended to be accomplished will have been accomplished. It's in your Son's name that we do pray and that we do ask it all. Let everyone say amen. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Strickland. At this time, I'd like to call Army First Lieutenant Christopher Bell to come forward and lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, First Lieutenant Christopher Bell, I'm going to ask you to stay up there, and I'd like to call the council down to join with me under the mayor's report for the reading of a proclamation for the esteemed veteran of Roswell Award to Army First Lieutenant Christopher Bell.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Proclamation, Office of the Mayor, First Lieutenant Christopher Bell, esteemed veteran. Whereas in 1966, Christopher F. Bell joined the United States Army Reserve Officer Training Corps while he was in his junior year at West Virginia University, pursuing his marketing and public relations degree. In 1969, Chris completed Officer Basic Training School at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. His next assignment was for the Commanding General Staff as a public information officer at an Army base consisting of 30,000 soldiers near Alexandria, Virginia. Chris was subsequently promoted to First Lieutenant upon completion of his public information officer assignment. And whereas on July 4th, 1970, Chris was deployed to Vietnam as the public information officer for the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Chris, alongside with his team of journalists and photographers, covered the 18th and 20th Engineers Brigade construction and community projects throughout the country. Chris and his team created a weekly newspaper, the Castle Courier. In 1971, the Castle Courier was the recipient of the Keith Ware Award for Excellence in Military Newspapers. This group of journalists also reported for the Stars and Stripes and hometown newspapers all across the United States. These publications highlighted the achievements and events of the troops on bases and soldiers on the ground. During his tenure, one of the writers under First Lieutenant Bell's command later became the 45th Vice President of the United States, Specialist Fourth Class Albert Gore Jr. And whereas First Lieutenant Bell's role in Vietnam was to serve as an escort officer for various television and newspaper media, Chris was assigned to many hours in helicopters all over Vietnam with media representatives, Dan Rather of CBS, Peter Jennings of ABC, Tom Brokaw of NBC, as well as reporters for Australian and British broadcasting. Their coverage encompassed the construction and lines of communication projects which consisted of roads and bridges. These roads and bridges were invaluable not only to enable troop movement, but also provide mobility for the local townspeople to barter and trade their produce and animals. And whereas in May 1971, upon completion of First Lieutenant Christopher Bell's tour, the United States Army bestowed the following medals: Army Commendation Medal and Bronze Star Medal. Following his completion of tour of duty, Chris subsequently spent 2 years serving the United States Army Reserves. And whereas in 2013, after 28 years, Chris Bell retired from the accounting and consulting firm KPMG as a human resources director. Chris and his family have been Roswell residents of the Horseshoe Bend community since 1985, where he enjoys golf and fellowship at the Horseshoe Bend Country Club. Chris and his wife, Debbie, have been married for 48 years and have 2 children and are proud grandparents. Now, therefore, I, Kurt M. Wilson, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby name First Lieutenant Christopher Bell, esteemed veteran of Roswell, and call upon all our citizens to recognize his outstanding service to our country and our community, and that there is no higher calling than those who have served in the United States Armed Forces. Chris Bell, it's all yours.
Here's the best thing I've ever done right here. I had a marketing and public relations degree in college, and somehow the military computer vomited me out into the Corps of Engineers. I get to Fort Belvoir, Virginia, and in our first training class, out of 120-some soldiers, newly commissioned second lieutenants, I'm the only one who didn't have a slide rule. And for those of you under 50, that was an implement created by a masochist from Georgia Tech that was designed to help scientists and mathematicians ease their job prior to Texas Instrument ever creating a calculator. Now, I thought I was going to be the only person ever to flunk out of the Army. But fortunately, 8 weeks later, I did survive. And I realized at that point, after all that training, that I was not going to be an Army engineer. Because God forbid if I ever designed a bridge or a road or an airstrip, it would have been a catastrophe. So I immediately went over to the post headquarters, and I knew they had a weekly newspaper there. So I went over there and I looked at the directory, and of course the judge advocate general, the lawyers, and the accountants, and the public relations guys were all in the basement, in the bowels of the post headquarters. And so I went over there and asked if there's any possible opening, because I thought if I fly a typewriter, surely no one's going to get hurt. And so timing was everything. The guy who was there, he was a first lieutenant. He had just committed to the military 2 additional years for a tour in Germany. And so that was the trade-off. He either went to Vietnam and had 1 more year's service, or if he gave the military 2 more years, he could go to Germany. Well, he was about to be married, and his bride-to-be strongly suggested he take the 2 years and they could honeymoon in Germany for a couple of years. So he was actually looking for a replacement. So my timing on his doorstep was most appropriate, and that begot me a safe and productive and contributory role that I think, number one, I didn't hurt anybody, and number 2, nobody under my command got hurt. So those are 2 very important things, and I look back on my career in Vietnam and helped a family, supported one family, and I put another young man through a Catholic seminary for a year. So I look back and know that I made positive contributions, and again, didn't hurt anybody, and nobody under my command got hurt. So I think that was an accomplishment. I'd like to thank Kent for nominating me. Certainly the 2 gentlemen here with Purple Hearts are much more deserving than I to be up here. So I look forward to congratulating you all in the future. Good, thank you, Kent. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chris, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Oh, my gosh.
Lee, nice
Oh,
to
my
see
gosh.
you. Thank you for putting up with him.
Yeah, are you kidding?
That's good. I have a couple of Purple Hearts.
Right, I'm dead. Thank you so much for such a lovely introduction and for honoring Chris. Very lovely. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
By the way, you did hear Bronze Star, so he mentioned the 2 Purple Hearts, but a Bronze Star is no small matter. It's a big deal. Thank you, Chris Bell. Yes, ma'am. Robin has made sure that I don't screw this up. And so you see on your screen a slide for the National Vietnam War Veterans Day. It's 2 days from now. It's Wednesday, March 29th at 8:30 a.m. It's right here at the War Memorial, 8:30. It'll be a very short and solemn ceremony. And I would ask that obviously any Vietnam veteran, family of Vietnam veteran, any veteran, anybody in the community, come. It's a wonderful way of honoring those who served in Vietnam. And we cannot say enough thanks to the men and women who served in Vietnam. So please join us on Wednesday morning at 8:30 a.m. at the War Memorial. It'll be very brief and solemn. So thank you, Robin. The second thing I want to remind everybody else is you'll see there's a QR code here. This young man left professional football at the beginning of the Gulf War to go serve in our military. He is deceased. He was killed in action. And this young man's name is Pat Tillman. And so there's something called the Pat Tillman Foundation. And the Pat Tillman Honor Run, it goes out throughout the United States. Historically, it was downtown in Atlanta. Last year, under the leadership of Ron Buckley, who is the chairman of our DDA, Ron's an Arizona State graduate, and Ron brought the Tillman Run last year here at the last moment. This is our second year, and this year we're a little bit more organized on it, and we will start this at the War Memorial, and I believe end it. Jamie, is that right, at the War Memorial? Jamie's not here, is he? Sorry. And we'll end it at the War Memorial. And so whether you're a runner or a walker, I think we've got about 100 people signed up right now. So there's a QR code, and I'm going to ask if you can see it on your screen at home, your computer screen, that you take a picture of the QR code and join us. Also, there's a young man that I'm going to give you an email to, Seth Sundevil, that's S-E-T-H, Sundevil, at yahoo.com. Seth Dykeman is the gentleman that's running this for the Georgia chapter, and we ask you to come join us on Saturday, April the 15th, for the Pat Tillman Run, and it will begin here at the War Memorial. So thank you, Robin, for putting both those up very, very much. All right, let's see. That is it for the mayor's report. We now will go to the consent agenda. Does council have any questions or comments regarding any items on the consent agenda? All right, I will take it from council to our Roswell residents. Do any Roswell residents have any comments or questions on any items on the consent agenda? Thank you very much. Bring it back to council for a last call for comments or questions on the consent agenda. Being none, I will ask, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Thank you, Councilmember Beeson. Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hills. All in favor of passing the consent agenda tonight, please raise your hands. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next is the Public Safety Department. Councilmember Beeson, would you read the first item, please?
Sure. Approval for the mayor and/or city administrator to sign an intergovernmental agreement, or IGA, between the City of Alpharetta, City of Roswell, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, and Fulton County to provide inmate housing at Alpharetta Jail Facility, and approval of budget amendment 100322260-03-27-23 in the amount of $50,000.
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson, very much. Does council have any questions or comments on this particular matter at hand? Councilmember Beeson.
I just want to emphasize the importance of passing this. I realize that its terms are less than ideal at the current time. However, they can be renegotiated at a later date. I just completed my ride-along with Roswell Police Department this past week and had many conversations with our own Roswell's finest, who emphasized how it is very detrimental during their shift to have to take arrestees down to Rice Street, which is all the way in the city of Atlanta, south of the center part of the city of Atlanta. It can take upwards of 5 hours to process inmates through Rice Street, through Fulton County. Instead, we would be able to process inmates through city of Alpharetta, which is much closer, less of a strain of city resources, and a better use of our officers' time.
Very well said, Councilmember Beeson. Thank you very much. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So I definitely, Mayor Wilson, I know this has been a big issue for you since frankly you ran for mayor, and so glad to see that, although not ideal, that there is an improvement and a solution. Because what I'd say is with Rice Street, for those of you that are not aware, as Councilmember Beeson brought up, it's certainly detrimental to our officers' time. It's also very detrimental to the to Roswell residents that would have to go down to Rice Street, because it's really not a place you want to see any resident going down. Obviously, you don't want to see any resident going to jail in general, but certainly a lot of issues we've heard of at Rice Street, and hoping that certainly the Alpharetta facility will be just a better solution for our city.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo, very much. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Jim, do you want to say anything? Ladies and gentlemen, the #1 police chief in the United States, our police chief, Roswell Police Chief, Jim Conroy.
I thought you were going to say #1 in Roswell, but
#1
Thank you
in
for that.
Roswell, yes.
thanks. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Just as a recap, as you know, the prior sheriff closed the North Fulton Annex when COVID began, and it has not been open since. So it's been a long 3 years that we've been transporting prisoners down to Rice Street, and as Councilmember Beeson mentioned, it can take 5 hours. Our average is over 3 hours right now to transport a prisoner to Rice Street and for that officer to return to our city to provide service. So this will be greatly needed, and we will also be able to house prisoners charged on Roswell ordinance violations at the North Fulton Annex as well.
Thank you, Chief Conroy. I know that yourself and Judge Hansford will both be relieved if this goes forward. And as you have educated me over the last year and 4 months, 5 months, we could spend a couple of days seminar talking about jail and prosecution and all the issues that are and with City Attorney Davidson, all the issues replete. And as Councilmember Beeson and Councilmember Palermo just both made mention of, this is not a great solution. And I want to say that openly and honestly to my fellow residents. I cannot say that I am, sometimes you grin and bear it. And this is the best solution that we have today. And therefore, I'm advocating for my colleagues to pass this. And we will continue to work on a better solution. But we definitely need to do this at this juncture. And I thank you for your leadership, Jim.
Absolutely. Thank you for your support.
Yes, sir. Are there any Roswell residents that would like to speak on this matter? All right, I'll bring it back to council for any additional comments or questions. Being there are no additional comments or questions, Councilmember Beeson, do you have a motion? I have a motion made by Councilmember Beeson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hills. All those in favor of the approval for the mayor or city administrator to sign IGA between the City of Alpharetta, City of Roswell, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, and Fulton County to provide inmate housing, the Alpharetta Jail Facility Approval Budget Amendment 100322260-0327-23 in the amount of $50,000. Please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next is the Environmental Public Works Department. Councilmember Morthland, would you please read the next item?
Yes, sir. Approval to establish a capital improvement program, CIP program management division in the Environmental Public Works Department for the purpose of delivering the city's capital improvement projects. Approval to initiate certain approved bond projects. Approval of budget amendment 1004-1000-03-27-23 in the amount of $2,159,712. And approval to add 2 full-time positions. Director Izo.
Thank you. Good evening. The intention of establishing the CIP Program Management Division will be to provide program management for the city's capital improvement projects with emphasis on the bond projects. This will be from concept to design to construction to startup. The division will help to ensure that these projects are delivered in a timely manner and within budget. We will be assigning 3 full-time positions to this division. One is a reclassification of a position from Rec and Parks, and the other 2 would be new positions. This action will also provide us with the budget authority for the division to begin initiating several bond projects across the 3 bond questions. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate your leadership. It's quite a testament to you that City Administrator Mr. Knighton and all of your colleagues, all the other directors, felt like it was a wise choice to put you in charge of the capital improvement team. So, and your faithful, consultant there, Mr. Brian Watson. So, thank you for your leadership. Does council have any questions or comments for Director Izo? Councilmember Palermo.
I guess actually my question is for Mr. Luckett, even though I don't think he's here. Oh, I do see him, Mr. Luckett. So my question is just so, am I understanding correctly that this is actually coming from the general fund? Because it mentioned general fund savings?
Yes, for FY23, we are recommending using the general fund savings for that, and we'll discuss future years through this current budget process.
Well, I guess the reason I'm asking the question is because when we had been publicly discussing the bond and basically asking the residents if they wanted to move forward with a bond, one of the things that was discussed was consultants and project managers to really help make sure it's efficient and help make sure it's all executed upon. So I guess my question is, why would this come from the general fund and not be related to the bond funding?
I believe we were going to have just further discussions about future years, starting in FY24 through the budget process, and our thought was for this current year that we would cover the cost just for this current year out of the general fund until the full discussion could be had with mayor and council.
Because what I'd say is, obviously the mayor as well as residents are giving us a very aggressive timeline, for example, for the parking deck, and so I would picture that among many things that I'm sure there'd be a lot of focus on that as well, and that's something where I would expect that residents would want these bond expenditures coming from bond money versus coming from general fund money, which is needed for other operating needs, et cetera. So I obviously support this fully. I'm completely behind this. I just feel that where the money's coming from, I would think that even in FY23, we'd be thinking about having it be bond money, unless logistically it just makes sense, knowing that FY23 is about to be over. If that makes more sense, come July 1st to focus on the bond money, that's fine. I certainly would take staff's suggestions, but I just wanted to raise the question and the point for this council.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Ryan, can you please let us know, is this one of those opportunities where we discuss, because we want to get these bonds rolling and get the projects moving, that we're advancing general fund money and we can recover that from bond proceeds when we finally do draw down the bond? Would that be available to us in this opportunity?
Certainly, if the mayor and council decided that we would want to use bond proceeds even for FY23, we could always come back and reimburse the general fund for that.
Okay.
As long as the money was spent within 90 days prior, right?
So we have 60 days prior to tonight's resolution. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thanks, Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Vanstrom.
That was the exact same question that I had. Thanks for raising that, Councilman.
Any other thoughts, comments, or questions for Director Izzo or Director Luckett? Thank you very much, guys. We appreciate it. All right, any comments from Roswell residents on this matter? Yes, sir. Welcome. I'll introduce you because I know you. Welcome, Jason. How are you, sir? Jason Yell, Roswell resident, several residences throughout Roswell. You're legitimate and verified.
Thank you. I was just wondering what, there's 2 million in change, and what we're getting for that money. How does that allocation break down?
Director Izzo, would you like to address that?
So the agenda item that was in your packet shows that for $950,000 of that is going to go to East Roswell Park improvements. We have $130,000 going towards the Roswell area park improvements, $150,000 for City Hall Trails to Canton Street project, and for bicycle and pedestrian paths and sidewalks, $500,000. I'm going to skip the next two and come back.
Sharon, can I interrupt you 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Can we put this slide up so everybody can see it at home? Because it's a great slide, and it's right on, it's directly to Jason's question. So it's a perfect question, and it directly answers it.
Okay. So the list I was just reading from is right here. We had gotten as far as the, I was going to skip forward to the public parking deck for $117,500. Those are all coming out of bond proceeds. And then Fire Station 23 for $75,000 and Public Safety Headquarters for another $150,000 are the impact fee fund. Most of these projects, this is the monies that we need at this point to get us started with the initial aspects of these projects. And as those continue to unfold, we'll be seeking additional budget authorization.
Thank you, Director Izzo. Jason, do you want to follow up, sir?
Yes. So we see what the allocation of the money is to the different areas, but what is the money actually being spent on? Is it personnel to staff up to manage the bond spending? Does it include office space? What exactly does it include? Because this is a breakdown by project, but what is the breakdown by actual use?
Yes, sir. And I apologize. This would be for the field work and design contracts that we will need to let, and then the $87,000 here, $87,212 is the cost associated with staffing and, to your point, computers and workspace and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
Where are you planning to put the personnel in terms of actual space?
They will be housed here in the Environmental Public Works Department in Suite 235.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Jason.
Yep.
Thank you, Director Izzo. Any other comments, thoughts, or questions from Roswell residents? Thank you very much, Jason. I bring it back to council for any additional thoughts, comments. Yes, Councilmember Hill, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to give a vote of confidence in Director Izzo and Deputy Director Watson. I work right next door to them, and I'm here a lot and have interacted with their team an awful lot in the last year. What I think is really interesting and unique about them being nominated by their peers and also selected by the electeds is that they have a track record of creating a wonderful culture while setting expectations, managing accountability, and then they weren't directly involved in Rec and Park or public safety or the parking deck, but attended every single bond meeting that we went on the road with and are intimately involved in the details of that. So not only do they have a proven track record in EPW of getting the job done, they're intimately aware of what's going on in each of the 3 bond question projects. So I just want anyone listening or sitting here this evening to know that I believe that they can get it done, and I know what kind of output that they produce. So I think I know we're in great hands, and I just want to say thank you for taking this on.
Councilmember Hills, is that true for Brian Watson as well? Or are you leaving him out?
Definitely. Definitely.
Very good. Councilmember Vanstrom.
Yeah, Councilwoman Hall, would you like to add an attachment to this that specifies it comes from the bond money, or is that something we're just going to?
May I interject?
Sure.
It's fairly intricate. I mean, you're welcome, obviously, to introduce it. I would say, hold off, with all due respect, because there's a lot of pieces that are falling. And I wouldn't want you to tie your hands tonight on something that you might have to readjust later. That would be my counsel, but that's just me.
So is your counsel suggesting that this money could be money that ultimately is not taken from bond funding?
There is always that possibility. Yes, sir. Councilmember, sorry, Peter, go ahead. Councilmember Palermo.
So I do believe the money should come from the bond money. That being said, from everything I've heard from Mr. Luckett, that decision does not have to be made tonight. That decision has to be made within 60 days of when the money's first spent, not when it's approved, but when it's first spent, if I'm understanding correctly.
We can, yeah, you all just passed the resolutions tonight allowing for reimbursement. We can go back 60 days. Going forward, there's no limit, so we're good. These expenditures haven't been made yet, so we're good going forward if you want to make that adjustment.
Let me just offer up.
Meaning not tonight, though, meaning there's no need, we can adjust it in the future the way the mayor's describing.
That's correct. And, the ultimate goal is obviously to spend as money as possible. So your point was well taken about the general fund, but ultimately, for example, if you could save money and not spend money on the bond, I think all of us would say, hey, if you keep from spending on the bond, if you got it in the general fund, obviously you want to continue to try to reduce the millage rate, any tax liability on us as residents. But it's in the FY23 budget. We've appropriated it. It's there. And before we spend bond money, and the other strategic reason, which you probably heard Director Izzo and Christine both mention, is this is a way of getting the bonds into action. So we've been doing the planning. This is the way of now actually getting the actions, still waiting until we do a trunk piece on the bond, which is a big piece that you're going to make a decision about pretty soon. This allows you to get into action and actually get real work going on.
Excellent. And also, as the former liaison over EPW, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up, I was in the office with Sharon and Brian when they found out that their great track record on what an excellent job they've done in EPW was being rewarded with additional responsibility and additional pressure over these bonds. So they were quite ecstatic and appreciative.
Lee, did you have something else? Peter, did you have anything else, sir? Very good. All right, thank you, Council. All right, that being said, let me bring it back to Councilmember Mortland. Councilmember Mortland, would you like to make a motion? Unfortunately, yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir. Motion to approve establishment of a capital improvement project, CIP Program Management Division in the Environmental Public Works Department for the purpose of delivering the city's capital improvement projects, approval to initiate certain approved bond projects, approval of budget amendment 1004100-03-27-23 in the amount of $2,159,712 and approval to add 2 full-time positions.
Thank you, Councilmember Mortland. A motion's been made. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Beeson. All in favor of passing this particular motion, please raise your hands. Thank you. It passes unanimously very much. Next is the Administrative and Governance Department. Councilmember Hills, would you read the first item, please?
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Approval of an ordinance to authorize Fulton County to conduct an election on November 7th, 2023, and runoff, if necessary, on December 5th, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $814,420.57, and then sidebar, in parentheses, $554.28 for November 7th, and $263,192.36 for the potential runoff. This is the first reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. City Attorney Davidson, would you please read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City Council to authorize Fulton County to conduct an election. Now therefore be it ordained by the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, and is hereby ordained and established by authority of the same, that the Mayor is authorized to enter into a contract with Fulton County Department of Registrations and Elections to conduct this election using express poll or other such measures approved by the Georgia Secretary of State. contract which is attached here to and incorporated herein, and if approved, this is the first reading.
Thank you, City Attorney Davidson. Mr. Knighton, City Administrator Knighton, would you please explain the item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Of course, back in mid to late January, there were several meetings of Mayor and Council, work session, also committee meeting, and then a special called meeting on January 30th to contemplate whether or not the city would move forward with conducting its own municipal election and/or at that time, join with other cities to conduct municipal elections. Your charge at that time was to provide analysis of whether or not that would be something feasible, given the timeline and given the extent to which something like this would need to be stood up. At the most recent committee meeting on March 14th, there was a recommendation from Mayor and Council to bring this item forward and then to consider, at this point, to sign the IGA with Fulton County to move forward with Fulton County conducting this year's election. Of course, there was a robust discussion about moving forward in 2025 and taking the necessary steps to formulate the apparatus to move forward in later years. I would make one note that the IGA letter we received from Fulton County originally mentioned a date of, I believe, the 30th of signing the IGA. We've had correspondence with Fulton County explaining the natural schedule of the mayor and council meetings, and they are fully supportive of us having a first reading and then having our natural meeting, I believe, on April 10th and having a second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Knighton. Does council have any questions or comments on this matter? Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. To say that this option is a disappointment to me is an understatement. I did support going forward with Fulton County because I don't believe that we have the infrastructure set up to be able to run this in the best way for our residents this fall. So I did support that in the committee meeting, and I will support it this evening, but this is not my first or even my top 10 choices. We just didn't have any other choices. I truly believe our municipal elections should be held here at home by our residents, for our residents, in a fair and meaningful way. And I just pray that this will go off without a hitch, and we have committed to pull together a group. I can't remember the terminology, if it's a commission or a committee, to start working on 2025 this September, and I look forward to rallying the troops for that so that we can deliver a wonderful election season in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills, and thanks for your leadership on this throughout these last several months. Councilmember Palermo, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question is a little more of a logistics one. So in supporting this item, item number 3, on item number 4, are we able to, with that vote, what I'd really like is for the resolution, frankly, to be on top of the IGA. I don't want any confusion from Fulton County on how important it is that, yes, we're entering into an IGA with them, and at the same time, they need to not reduce the early voting locations on our residents. So my question, I guess, would be for Mr. Davidson or Mr. Knighton, is it possible in the next item to have some type of motion or vote that these are sent together with the resolution on top?
So that's why we are adopting the resolution at this meeting, because we have to have a second reading of the election ordinance. So we will have that in place all ready to go before you even approve the ordinance allowing them to operate the election.
Excellent. I just don't want any chance of them saying they've received the IGA and they never received the resolution. Yeah.
Good point, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Beeson. Councilmember Hall.
No, I echo Councilmember Palermo's concern and just the importance that we do not lose the east side of Roswell for our early voting. That would disenfranchise a lot of voters. So we have to really, really be cognizant of that.
Councilmember Beeson.
I'm speaking from memory here because it's not in this binder as in our previous binder. Every city lost at least one early voting location. I've been speaking with council members in other cities. Johns Creek, I believe, lost Sproul Oaks. the city of Alpharetta also lost a secondary location, so it wasn't just the city of Roswell that lost one of our early voting locations. But that said, I think that it would be imperative for us to possibly speak with other cities and enter into negotiations with Fulton County, possibly with other cities, as part of our negotiations, going to Councilmember Palermo's point of using this resolution as talking points, of stating that, okay, we will agree to these terms, however, we do want our secondary early voting locations back, with the exception of City of Milton, I understand, because they're running their own elections. So that is a concern, but I am supportive of this because I think we do need more time to prepare for an election if we're going to be executing it ourselves. And I don't want to undermine residents' confidence in our elections if we were to execute them this year and drop the ball in any way. God forbid we do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson. Councilmember Vanstrom or Mortland, any comments on your own? Councilmember Mortland.
Just very quick. Yeah, I was definitely on board for us doing our own elections this go around. It was understood that we were not ready. We will be ready next time.
Thanks, Councilmember Mortland. Councilmember Vanstrom.
Well, I echo everybody. We've had these discussions already, and everybody's much aligned on bringing the elections local, and that's our goal. We're just not quite ready yet, so I'm happy that we're taking this course, but I do know we're all committed to bringing it locally next time around.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing, and then we'll move it to our fellow Roswell residents. I am concerned about disenfranchisement on the east side of our city this year with one polling location. I appreciate the sentiments of Councilmember Beeson, but having been involved in some negotiations in this past year and currently trying to negotiate an IGA on the jail, I cannot tell you that I have globs of enthusiasm about the outcome of getting two locations. We will definitely poll our sister cities and we will work our tails off it. But this is kind of like where we are accepting a fate, as Councilmember Hill says, that we are not crazy about, and probably is, it's hard to suffer through it, because I think, to your point, we should be holding some municipal elections in Roswell, and we will hold the municipal elections in Roswell in 2025, and we'll put together the apparatus to make sure that we do that correctly. And I do have a concern about disenfranchisement of voters on the east side of our city come this fall. So, that being said, I will take this matter to my fellow Roswell residents and ask if anybody would like to speak on this item. Yes, sir. Since I know you as well, I will declare your candidacy for speaking, Mr. David Johnson, from the east side of our city, Willow Springs resident.
I dressed up for you tonight.
You did?
I hope that's okay. David Johnson, 3000 Roxburgh Drive. I was actually coming to speak about something else, but I didn't know we lost East Roswell Library.
You've got one location under the current IGAs.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's very disappointing, and I just want to say, whatever we get, that's where I vote, I want that back. So whatever you need to do to get Fulton County to, do it. So I'll put this, I'm coming back, but I'll just put this there for now.
Bring one each time, GJ.
Huh?
You got to bring one each time. Yeah, just take it back. No, come on. You're good. Thank you, sir.
I won't take them all.
Have him reach out to Fulton County.
Yeah, thank you. Christine Hall makes a great point, David. Residents of Roswell, please reach out to Fulton County. It matters. They listen to your voice. Reach out to your Fulton County commissioners especially, and start with the chairman and say, hey, we really need our location. We don't want to lose our early voting location. It's a big deal to us, because it is a big deal. So please, David, please, fellow Roswell residents, thank you, Christine. It matters. You please reach out to Fulton County commissioners. It makes a difference. Please, I'm begging you. It will help us tremendously in these conversations. Any other Roswell residents would like to speak on this matter? That being said, I'll bring it back to council for any additional comments or questions. All right, very good. Councilmember Hills, do you have a motion?
I do, Mayor. Motion to approve an ordinance to authorize Fulton County to conduct, conduct an election on November 7th, 2023, and runoff if necessary on December 5th, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $814,420.57, which is the sum of both elections if we were to have those. So that's not to exceed.
Thank you. And it's the first reading as well.
First reading, yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Beeson. All in favor, please raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilmember Hills, would you read the next item, please?
Yes, Mayor. Approval of a resolution to be included with the intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with Fulton County to provide 2 advanced voting locations in Roswell. 1, Roswell Library on the west side, and East Roswell Library for the November 7th, 2023 municipal election and December 5th, 2023 runoff if needed.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Mr. Knight, would you explain this item, please, sir?
Yes, sir, Mayor Wilson. This item speaks to the very strong support from Mayor and Council to encourage Fulton County to maintain 2 early voting locations in Roswell Library and also the East Roswell Library, and not revert to a 1 early voting location. This resolution, obviously, if passed tonight, would go to Fulton County in advance of the item you just approved regarding the IGA.
Thanks, Mr. Knight, and thank you very much. I just made my comments, so I'll ask Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. And given just, obviously, we discussed this at committee. Obviously, Fulton had published this current plan, and we found tonight that certainly we have residents understandably not aware. So I have 2 comments regarding that. One is Mr. Knight and or this mayor and council, I'd suggest that we have our communications department really put something out there to make it clear that Fulton County has proposed taking away location and making it harder for our residents to vote, and the fact that this mayor and council hopefully unanimously is adamant in supporting that we need to not reduce that. So that's one thing regarding communications. The second one is, given the lack of clarity, I think we do need to provide a little more clarification in this, because as I read it, if I was not aware and not following things closely, had not lived in Roswell for a long time, I might think that we're just suggesting that we'd prefer two locations instead of 1, when that's what voters are always used to. So I'd propose something along the lines of, in the resolution where it says provide, in the actual resolution title, continue providing, and then where we have proposed to only have 1 early voting site, something along the lines of Fulton County has proposed to reduce voter access with only 1 early voting site. And then lastly, that Fulton County, it says in the therefore be it resolved, it says that Fulton County allow early voting at both library branches. Instead, that Fulton County continue to allow early voting, because I think at both library branches, because I think a key aspect is frankly the Roswell residents are being asked to pay more for a lower service, and I do believe it's potentially defranchising voters, and I really hope Fulton County will change their mind on reducing this access.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Hills, do you accept those changes to the resolution? Sorry, yes, the resolution.
I do, if that's amenable to the rest of the council.
I'm just asking since you're sponsoring it. I wanted
Right.
to ask you first, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Council, any other thoughts or questions on the matter? All right, very good. Roswell residents, any thoughts, comments, or questions on the matter? Thank you very much. I'll bring it back. Lee, you want to say anything?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, make a motion.
Including the,
I'm going to let David kind of read that real quick.
Beautiful.
With your permission.
So the title would say, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, requesting Fulton County continue to provide early voting sites at both library branches within the city of Roswell for the 2023 municipal elections. The 4th whereas clause would state the Fulton County has proposed to reduce voter access and to only have 1 early voting site within the city for the upcoming 2023 municipal election. And in the now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Roswell, Georgia, that the city of Roswell does hereby request that Fulton County continue to allow early voting at both library branches, Roswell Library and East Roswell Library within the city in order to provide voters the necessary access for the 2023 municipal elections.
Thank you, David. Michael, is that in agreement with the language you intended?
That is, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hills, would you like to make the motion? A clarifying question, Councilmember Hall.
Just a clarifying question. Do we have to reference the IGA in this resolution?
Yes, it is included in the resolution, is it not, David? It's not? I'm looking at I'm looking at the wrong thing, sorry.
It is not, so it's probably a good idea to just put a phrase in here that this be included with the IGA.
All right, can you just put that, read that one phrase in there so there's clarity for everybody here?
Yeah. Basically, I would add a line that just says, a copy of this resolution shall be attached to the intergovernmental agreement with Fulton County Registration and Elections to conduct the 2023 elections.
Thank you, David. Christine, is that acceptable to you?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councilmember Lee, is that good for you?
Yes, Mayor, it is.
Michael, is that good for you, sir? All right, would you like to make a motion?
I would, Mayor. Given the amendments or the adjustments that were just noted by City Attorney David Davidson, thank you, Councilmember Palermo and Hall. Motion to approve the resolution to be included with the IGA with Fulton County to provide 2 advanced noted voting locations in Roswell Library and East Roswell Library for the November 7th, 2023 municipal election and December 5th, 2023 runoff if needed.
And adjusted language to included by Michael Palermo
Yes.
and Christine Hall.
I gave that at the beginning, but yes, just to make sure, we want 2 locations.
2 locations.
Yes,
One
as
in
noted
east,
by
one in
the
west.
city attorney, yes.
Second motion by Councilmember Palermo. All in favor of passing this resolution, please raise your hands. Resolution passes successfully and unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilmember Hills, would you read your final item, please?
Yes, Mayor. Approval of a resolution regarding public records.
Thank you. City Attorney David Davidson, would you explain the item, please, sir?
Yes, this is a resolution regarding the access to records, and basically it would allow anyone to still have access to all records of the city that are permissible under the Open Records Act. However, anyone that wishes to remain anonymous or give alias names would be required to come to City Hall to pick up the requested records in order to make sure that we are able to collect the fees for such retrieval.
Thank you, City Attorney Davidson. I'm sure that nobody from the council or nobody here from the Roswell residents have anything to say, so I'll just simply go to, no, okay. All right, I'm going to start. Sarah, do you want to start?
Do I? I'd actually like to make a unique request. May I come off the dais and take the podium? I have visual aids.
You got visual aids? Well, it is.
I'll take the shot clock.
What, the shot clock?
I'll take the shot
Take
clock.
the shot clock.
It's like old times.
All right, you got the shot clock.
I guess I just want to know from a president's standpoint, because in the past, we were always encouraged to be in here, even with visual aids, with staff member up there. I'm completely fine with it. I'd love the idea to be up there for a number of items, but I just want to make sure that's something that we all agree with going forward.
It's up to the chair, which would be the mayor.
Yeah, if you're willing to go on the shot clock.
Take the shot clock.
Take the shot clock. Rock and roll. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Kick it, Marley. Sarah Beeson, Roswell resident. It's not shocking to anyone here that I am vehemently against this change, mainly because I think it violates the spirit of the First Amendment, Georgia Open Records law, and the spirit of anonymity, which I believe is inherent in what it is to shape the American government. But for the record, I went back and watched all of our committee meeting from a couple weeks ago, and I had a couple of clarifications that I wanted to make. First and foremost, at the 28-minute mark, Attorney Davidson said, city staff is inundated with open records requests, and this would provide a way for us to collect fees prior to handing over records. The mayor followed up by saying that we receive more open records requests than any other city in North Fulton. Appen actually just published an article, was a fact check that states that the city of Roswell gets fewer open records requests than most other cities. If I can turn pages. Request for document shows that Roswell actually has the second least number of open records requests compared to our sister cities. I followed up in the committee meeting asking why we couldn't follow the City of Alpharetta's policy. The City of Alpharetta actually allows for prepayment whenever they have cumbersome requests. This is very poorly printed out. I tried a number of ways to print this in a different way. This is all I was able to do. If the city determines that a special service charge will be applied for extensive use of technology, resources, clerical, supervisory assistance, a written estimate of charges will be provided to the request. A receipt of a deposit will also be required prior to compiling such request. When I asked why we couldn't do the same thing, I was provided at the 33-minute mark, 33 minutes, 58 seconds by Attorney Davidson, that we've talked with the Attorney General's office, quote, "You cannot make people pay in advance of the retrieval, redaction, and copying." Furthermore, 39-minute mark, the mayor says the Attorney General has been very clear with us that we cannot charge up front. I don't know how Alpharetta is able to do it, as if it was implied that it was illegal, that we've asked them. Also, the 49-minute mark, we cannot receive payment before collecting information. We've asked the Attorney General's office. We actually didn't ask the Attorney General's office. This was the email that was sent by the City of Roswell. I underlined the areas where it's relevant. We asked them if there was a way that we could require people to provide their information up front in order to require to pay all fees and costs for electronic records, citing OCGA, and that they're able to provide this on the basis of people are agreeing to pay the fees and that people are not following through. Second underline, of course, they're agreeing to pay the fees and then they're not doing so. But we heard in the meeting at the 53-minute mark, Marley Press, city clerk, we have, quote, never had anyone turn us down for the cost. But we just said in the email to the Attorney General's office that we're not getting paid. So what is it? This is a response from the Attorney General's office. Most importantly, I highlighted that we have the option to allow for a money order if they do not want to come in person. So I ask, why is it in the resolution that we have the option that's provided by the Attorney General's office, which is verify name and address. If they want to remain anonymous, they can come and pay for them in person, or as highlighted, which is missing from our resolution, if people want records mailed or emailed anonymously, the agency will mail them after the requester sends a money order or something. I'll let you guys interpret what that means. But these are missing from our resolution. This is to recap where we were in our committee meeting just 2 weeks ago. So I would like to beg the question to the city attorney as well as mayor and council, where's the language for money orders in our resolution? And also, more importantly, again, how is someone supposed to remain anonymous if they have to physically come in person into City Hall? Hey, I made my shot clock. I got a minute left. I'll bank my time.
Okay, well, you've got time back up here at the dais.
I'm coming back.
Absolutely. I'm going to switch to somebody else unless you still want some time, Sarah. Do you still want some time? Okay. Councilmember Palermo.
Excellent. So I can't refer to any of the questions to city attorney or the mayor, but a couple things that I do want to address is, first of all, in that committee meeting, what we did discuss and what did come up was that in the city of Roswell, we have had identity fraud and we have had people posing as other people, which is not fair to those individuals and not healthy for our community. So I do believe that our community gets stronger by preventing that type of fraud. Also, another thing that came up was you mentioned that the city clerk had said we have not had anybody that had requested and not paid, and I wasn't about to call her out in the public meeting at that committee meeting, but since you did, obviously need to correct it. I had specifically remembered staff talking about it, and frankly, remember hearing a situation, or probably multiple within 2022. I definitely remember one specifically of being mentioned. So frankly, if the question is, or I guess you're asking why did the city clerk say that no one had ever requested and not paid, I don't know, but I do know and did know during that committee meeting that was not the case. And so ultimately, I'm really focused on making sure that public records are completely easy to get. And I believe that they'll be made easier to get and quicker, hopefully, and hopefully even would love to look at making it cheaper when we know that there's not just anonymous individuals where the city clerk's office is working towards looking up records, asking IT for records, sifting through, et cetera. So from the standpoint of open records, I absolutely stand by that we be low cost, that we be fast as possible, and we protect our residents as well through just the issues that have been occurring within our city.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Let me just say a word or two, just since I'm quoted in there. And obviously, God bless you for going back through the full committee meeting. I mean, whole hour and spot checking every minute. And I noticed my good friends from App and Media weighed in and did some fact checking. I really appreciate that. And if you come to my office, you'll see 100 people in black and white pictures of people who've had influence in one way or another profoundly in my life through thinking. And one of them is probably the best-known journalist through the first 40 years of the last century. Great skeptic, critic, and cynic, gentleman by the name of Henry Louis Mencken, otherwise known as H.L. Mencken. And you'll see H.L.'s picture on my wall for a lot of reasons. And H.L. was no fan of politicians and elected officials, make no mistake about it, and believed in the power of the press to indeed be a check to authority. But I would also suggest to my friends here locally who seem to be very encouraging to want to support one particular elected official, that they might want to be a little bit perhaps more comprehensive in their research. And so just pulling up 3 months or approximately 65, 70 days of open record requests and saying, hey, you lied, ostensibly is what the story said, I would say perhaps H.L. Mencken might say, perhaps if you're trying to let the chips fall where they may, you might do a little more research. But my friends seem to have a bent on the story, and I find that unfortunate because I like the press to be an honest arbiter of information and not pick sides. And I would say in this particular occasion and some others, it seems like my friends in Alpharetta from this particular paper want to keep picking sides, and I can go into that deeper politically. But I will just say perhaps H.L. Mencken might be a good reminder for my friends up there in Alpharetta. The second thing is that I'm a little surprised by Councilmember Beeson's reaction to this being a new council member, because I particularly am fond of Councilmember Beeson. But the interesting thing is that when we came to office, and we took office last year on January 2nd, we spent quite a bit of time trying to get to know not only one another, but the quote-unquote staff, who we call the talent in the city. And the staff and the talent of the city, starting with the city clerk, Marley Press, and the city attorney, David Davidson, among others, identified for us a series of issues. And we had our own policy making, and we did a lot of serious policy making last year, and we were serious about it. And I'm very proud of the incredible achievements of this group. And you're going to see serious policy making in 2023 and next year as well. And sometimes these little brush fires meant to make hay. And I say, like, this is not a constitutional issue. This is not an issue of free speech. It's interesting, I've heard some responses to the writers of the Federalist, which I'll be glad to address. But it's interesting that when we came into office, it was our staff that said, we have a problem with open records requests. And on several occasions and on several meetings, the city clerk and the city attorney, among others, said to me, along with in meetings with city administrator, we have a problem. And we have a problem because people are fraudulently using the system. And that seems to be not in the spirit of the law as we understand it. And it seems to be bending our resources and the resources of taxpayers. And it's an ongoing problem. Not a problem for me as an elected official. I'm happy to share with you any email I write at any time, anything in relation to city business, or any text that I have. It is truly I'm an elected official. So what I say and what I do, both publicly and privately in relation to the city business, outside of real estate and human resource issues, is meant to be digested by my fellow residents. But to suggest that somehow we are violating free speech and violating the Constitution is a far reach, when I think that this, particularly the staff, and I know this council is committed to transparency and to prosecute every word that is said in as a committee and say, oh, you weren't being factual or you're being just not truthful, I would say is a bit perhaps sensational. And this conversation, I believe, started, what was the term with suggesting in the committee meeting that there would be some kind of retribution based upon this whole thing. And I would suggest that the facts do not suggest that there's been any retribution to anybody at any time for any information that's come through the open records. So I find this a bit regrettable because it's making a lot of hay and a lot of serious challenges that don't meet the mustard. So that's my perspective as the mayor of this city. Any other comments or thoughts from Councilmember Hall?
Thank you, Mayor. As the public and our residents know, since we've come into office, we have been revisiting every policy, every ordinance, and basically we're asking, does this serve our residents, our business owners, and our community? What we have found is that no, they don't. And when you look into open records, sunshine laws, the purpose that these laws were put into place years ago were to promote ethical standards and prevent fraud and corruption. And now, the way the open records requests were being used in our city were exactly opposite of the reason that these were implemented. So when staff brought this, when our talent brought this to our attention, of course it made sense. It made sense to go back to the law and look at the law. We want to be as open and transparent as possible. We are. Our emails are out there, our phones are out there, people can call us up, ask us for anything, provide anything. And we're happy to do that, but we also need to protect our residents. And it's like insurance. You don't want to buy your insurance after you've had a crime, or after if you don't have insurance and your home has been burglarized or your identity stolen. It's too late once it's been done. So technology's changed. These things are happening. We had identity theft. We have false identities, and we have the opportunity to implement something to protect our residents, to be responsible financially to them, to be sure that we are not harmed by these people that would want to do harm to us.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Beeson.
Ooh, big words. Identity theft and fraud, those are actually legal implications, but what happened on the city side was not a legal implication. We had a person who was arguably a public figure, a former mayoral candidate who serves in an appointed position. Someone used their name to have an open records request for information that the public is owed duly. Georgia Code explains very specifically what kind of information a city can provide under the Georgia Code for an open records request. Same way, again, I used the example in our committee meeting of Mickey Mouse. You could also use Mickey Mouse. If that was the case, then I guess Disney would be doing copyright infringement every single time someone used Mickey Mouse for an open records request. It wasn't a law that was broken. It wasn't fraud. It wasn't identity theft. In fact, I talked to both an attorney, two attorneys, as a matter of fact, as well as the police. And it is not an open investigation as it was brought up in the committee. This is hyperbolic, and it's done in a way to make the public think that there's something to be afraid of on the public side, that we have to change our policies on the city side, that therefore makes it okay. Anonymity in government has a place. It is through the Fourth Estate. It is through the First Amendment. It has happened since the dawn of American government. I wrote an op-ed about it. Publius, which was the Federalist Papers, that was published before the founding of the American government. That's an anonymous name. It was actually your founding fathers. It was John Jay. It was Alexander Hamilton. It was James Madison. We know it now, but at the time that was an anonymous name because they feared retribution. I understand that at the time or right now we don't have retribution because anonymity still exists. I realize that as you're saying that there's the city clerk and the city attorney, when y'all took office, and I say y'all because I just got here 4 months ago, said that there was an issue. I find it highly coincidental that I say y'all, because again, I've just got here, have been in office for coming up on 2 years now, and we just now initiated this change very quickly, coincidentally, after this public figure's name was used in an open records request in a matter of weeks. If this is an issue that was flagged when y'all took office, why is it just now that this is being brought up? That's some timing, real coincidental. Why is it an issue? How is this identity fraud? And in fact, I'm going to assume that this is going to pass, and I'm going to go ahead and put it on public record. If anybody in this room, or who is listening online, or who wants to read this on public record, wants an open record request with a verifiable identity, use the name Sarah Beeson. It's spelled S-A-R-A-H, Beeson, B as in boy, E-E-S-O-N. You can find my address very easily online. And if anybody asks me if I asked for that open records request, I will say yes. And I will not question what email it's going to. I'll turn it back to you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Beeson. Any other, Councilmember Palermo?
So first of all, obviously I disagree with a lot of the earlier statements made and a lot of the approach made in the discussion. But the one part that I actually do agree with is the last part of it, which is there's no intent, nothing I've heard from staff or anybody else. Is there any intent to make anything harder? So one way is you can mention a council member and they'll say, yes, they did it. Frankly, anyone can do it. You can have any friend, neighbor, anybody like that. It's anybody to request the information. So I think this is something that will continue to be very easy for anyone to get any open record they would like. And it's just when tying an actual person, there'll be an actual person that will be tied and committed to having to pay for whatever effort went into it. So for me, my thought process was, I never really thought about this stuff. Frankly, I've been the one, well, I guess actually technically separate from Mr. Davidson and Mr. Knighton, but up here I've been susceptible to open records for over 7.5 years. Not really an issue. We have a great clerks department that handles it. So I don't even have, to be honest, I don't really see or even know that the work or the effort that would go into it. But I would see or hear them talking about being slammed and delays and things like that. But ultimately, staff came with their proposal and what they thought was was something that resolved an issue or at least improved it. And my thought process was when hearing this and reading this draft resolution was that ultimately my focus is on Roswell residents. It's not on Mickey Mouse. It's not on the potential for Russian bots or salespeople that sell open records systems and stuff, which does exist, where they'll bombard a town or a city with open records. Typically, they bombard a smaller town because they have fewer resources and then end up having no choice potentially to use that service. But ultimately, what's really lost, when I can tell you right now as well, if you look at the open records, I'd be willing to guess that 99% of them are clear, actual people. And so if we have the opportunity to make it so that 99% is going to get faster records, and if we can have resources and therefore taxpayer money saved, I see this as a staff recommendation that I'm absolutely supporting. And Councilmember Beeson brought up hyperbolic. Well, hyperbolic, I feel, was the retaliation that was brought up or claimed at the committee meeting, because there is the strong majority of open records are all from actual clear individuals and Roswell residents and well-known individuals, and from all sides of the political spectrum. And I've never seen or heard of any example of any retaliation during any of them. And in fact, in that committee meeting, that's where Councilmember Beeson brought up apparently someone that does things anonymously was apparently seen because they came in to pay. And the irony is, with that, it shows, okay, so apparently some anonymous individual is known, but there was no retaliation. So I guess I still don't like hearing the hyperbole of retaliation. It's when staff's brought something that they feel is going to make things more efficient for Roswell residents, and again, hopefully making things more efficient and quicker for any Roswell residents, for the media, or anybody else that wants to go through our open records request process.
I'll answer your question because I think it's a fair question. I think, Sarah, you asked why now, and I think there's a ladybug here, which is always good luck, so bear with me. I hope I gave a little insight into that. So last year when we came to the office, we had 45 policy initiatives. We had a 100-day plan. We listened to the people that we worked with, our staff. They said this was a challenge. It was a challenge in terms of resources. I don't know if you know this or not, but with the open records law, you don't have to email information. You don't have to send it. You can simply say, come get it. And this city makes a very defined effort to try to make getting information easier to not only residents, but to all kinds of businesses and press that want that information. So it's ironic in a sense to say, hey, you're making it more difficult, when the only question is, hey, would you please not be dishonest when you come in here to ask for information, which is really the question. It's really a simple question. Please don't be dishonest. It's very clever to turn it into like it's a constitutional argument, and therefore, and you mentioned the Federalist Papers, which, by the way, Hamilton changed his thoughts on the Federalist Papers in 1791, which he was very public on the report of the subject of manufacturers. And the reason that's significant was because he began to address general welfare. And in the Federalist Papers, which he wrote the majority of, interestingly enough, who he was not significant in terms of the Constitutional Convention, Madison was. Madison took the copious notes and was public, by the way, with his copious notes, and was known as a very strong anti-federalist who made his very clear theories about the thoughts on general welfare. Madison turned those and was very public about that in 1791. So I find it a little bit specious to say, and by the way, there was some concern over actual loss of income, loss of life, loss of property, loss of family members. So to make this anyway akin to an argument about someone who wants to be disingenuous about seeking information that they have full right and access to get, and there is no retaliation, then to make it this species argument, it's literally a straw man to say, oh, by the way, you're hurting our free speech. Oh, by the way, you're not protecting anonymity. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating discussion. It's a fascinating argument, but doesn't hold water, and it's really a gigantic waste of time for Roswell residents and for elected officials. This is what makes politics, this kind of things, instead of treating serious policy matters, which you're a part of, and we're glad to have you as a part of it, and we've got a lot to do. We raise a straw man argument, make a big deal out of it, get the press to weigh in, get the press to take sides, throw out species arguments. And I would say to my friends at App and Media, if you were so serious about this, then come talk to me. Come have a conversation with me. If you're going to report facts, then do a full fact search. Did you look at the open records request in terms of 21, 22, 20, 19, 18? Did you seriously talk to the staff, to the city attorney, to the city clerk? No. You already were bent on an argument. You ran up here to take a picture, no offense, because you have a side on the argument. That's not reporting. That's propaganda. And I think the residents of Roswell and the residents of Alpharetta deserve better. So I realize you're going to take another shot at me. I don't care. I'm just a regular resident. I'm not ambitious. Doesn't matter to me because I got a job to do. But I think this is a perfect example where unfortunately Sarah, as an elected official, and in conjunction with some other folks, including the press, are making a straw man argument and taking the time and attention away from the serious business that we do have to do. So that's my perspective. Councilmember Beeson.
I'd like to end with a question. You said that retribution would imply loss of life, loss of income, loss of family members, and in this instance, you would not see an example of that happening. However, this policy is being introduced in order to prevent fraud, in which defined as wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial gain. In which situation would an open records request create financial gain?
Sorry, Sarah, let me get clarity on your question there. Read me the resolution. I'm going to read Sarah, with your permission, I'm going to read the resolution, if that's okay.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
This is a resolution regarding public records. Whereas the mayor and city council of the city of Roswell, Georgia wish to provide public access to public records of the city in accordance with the laws of the state of Georgia. And whereas Georgia Open Records Act, OCGA, Section 501870 et seq., which means and follows, requires that public records shall be open for personal inspection and copying. And whereas the Georgia Open Records Act provides that the city is authorized to collect the actual cost of producing copies or cost of producing the media on which the records or data are provided, plus a reasonable charge for the search, retrieval, redaction, and production or copying costs provided. However, there is no cost for the first quarter hour. And whereas OCGA 501871C3 provides for the collection of such charges in any manner authorized by law for collection of taxes, fees, or assessments. And whereas the mayor and council have determined that protecting the public's tax dollars is of paramount importance. And whereas there is currently an extraordinary amount of city staff time and resources spent responding to open record requests for entities that do not legally exist or provide false addresses that may infringe on the city's ability to collect charges if necessary under the state law. Now, therefore, the mayor and council of the city of Roswell resolve that public records will only be mailed, emailed, or delivered electronically to entities or individuals who provide verifiable names and addresses. Anyone wishing to remain anonymous or use aliases may come into City Hall to inspect and copy public documents and to pay for such records and associated search, retrieval, redaction, and production or copying costs as provided by law. That is the resolution.
So, David, I want to make sure I want to make sure I heard the resolution correctly. Is fraud mentioned in the resolution?
No, sir.
Okay. So, Sarah, I'm sorry. You got to help me out a little bit because I'm not following the question in relation to fraud.
It was testimony provided by you and 2 council members previously. I took notes the entire time.
I have no doubt. So tell me, but give me a little lead, help me out here what you want me to answer.
In the same way that you defined retribution as the loss of life, the loss of income, and the loss of family members, and you stated that you did not believe that preventing or alleviating anonymity from open records request, that you did not believe that that would lead to loss of life, loss of income, or loss of family members. I'm asking how, by preventing this, someone would have a financial interest in their open records request.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear because I'm a little confused here. So you are making a comparison between the authors of the Feathers Papers, John Jay, Madison, right, and Hamilton. You're making a comparison, the gentleman who wrote the Feathers Papers, the Apology for the Constitution. You're saying that's akin to a guy that comes in and says, hey, I'm Mickey Mouse. I don't want to tell you who I really am. It's the same things in terms of anonymity? I mean, I don't understand the comparison, honestly.
I believe that all levels of the American government are equally important.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with you. Well said.
Are you sure?
Yes, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So I'm not sure if I said fraud or not, but I'll assume I did. And just like when you say retaliation, I'll say I have a broader definition of retaliation than it sounds like the mayor does. I'm very sensitive to retaliation. If there was ever a situation of retaliation with our so many individuals that have taken a lot of open records requests within our city, as well as you state, even with an anonymous one being known, et cetera. But also, since you want to get into the definition, really dig into fraud, although I think you probably could argue impersonation is perhaps a better definition of what is being used. Still, if I look at Merriam-Webster, which is actually my favorite dictionary out there, it's a lot more accurate than dictionary.com, but it just mentions deceit, trickery, intentional perversion of truth, in order to induce another to part with something. An act of deceiving or misrepresenting, trick. So I bring that up because I think what is not healthy discussion is, do we dig into the exact definition of an individual word? Although based on Merriam-Webster, I think fraud is actually a fair description of it. But I think what's what's more important is going back just to the intent. Ultimately, I'll tell you, actually, for so long, staff would just be continuing to with all due respect for years, not be looking at how they can improve things, not looking how they can innovate. And of course, on Monday, I'll have a lot calling me, feeling they'll have some good examples over the years. I'm sure there's exceptions, but staff brought something. And again, just as I look into it, not an issue for me. I don't have to spend the many hours that the clerk's department has to spend, but ultimately, it's going to reduce this fraud, which is deceit, trickery, et cetera, and alienating other individuals within our city that are being impersonated. And as well as the fact of, for me, what am I most focused on? Roswell residents, as well as the media. Even if they're not living in Roswell, they're providing an important service to Roswell residents. And this I see as actually, hopefully, my expectation for would be making things even more efficient, because all of that 99% that have just, they're willing to pay whatever it's going to take, whatever work's going to be done, that they're going to be able to get things quicker, knowing that this is going to be something that's hopefully reducing the workload if we have anonymous individuals that are not necessarily paying for it. And also, even just for paying for it, there's always the opportunity of, there's a lot of other just work that the clerk's department does, and frankly, we have a lot of accountability to the community to make sure we are making things easier for Roswell residents, and we're always looking ways to reduce cost. And again, if you can find any real example of retaliation, then I think we need to get really focused on how do we absolutely prevent that, because I'm confident that nobody on this dais would ever support or want to in any way enable any opportunities for retaliation. Every Roswell resident should feel completely safe to absolutely do anything legal that they want within our city and hopefully our state and country.
Councilmember Hills?
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't thinking of the word retaliation, but I was thinking about targeting. And when we had a phony someone, a real person, use an alias of a person in this community to make an open records request, my mind went to the dark side of the world, where someone could possibly use that to cast aspersion on another member of our community. And I thought, my gosh, if we aren't checking on that, what are we doing here? So maybe I went off the deep end about that. I don't think so. Social media has become quite the playground for that sort of behavior. And I'm not sure if most people know this, but once you have received your open records document, it's fair game wherever you want to put it. So if you want to put it on your Bookface page or on your Dummygram or on the Look Next Door, you could put things out there and have an email from Lee Hills about Jimmy Joe, and it could be really weird things that Lee Hills is requesting, even though it isn't Lee Hills, to make it look like Jimmy Joe is a rotten person. So my mind went in that direction, and I thought we have a responsibility to protect those. That wasn't the nature of the one that came up, by the way. But my mind went there, and I thought, what's the big deal, about putting your own name on there? I think open records requests are intimidating if you haven't done them before. I have with Fulton County Schools, and it wasn't a pleasant event. I'm still waiting on my for my delivery from 5 years ago. But I do think it's intimidating, and for a lot of people, if you haven't made one before, because you don't know how it works. But I think that makes it feel uncomfortable and sometimes shady, and I was just very concerned about people being misrepresented or targeted in some manner. It's my 10 cents.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Councilmember Beeson.
To answer the question about retaliation or retribution, if they didn't know of any examples, there is an example, and in fact, it involves the name that was used for the fake open records request. I'll use, for the sake of confusion and also to still use anonymity, I'll use them as public figure, and I'll use anonymous as the name that was used. Anonymous put in a open records request, I believe in 2021. 2022. 2022, Anonymous put in open records requests. They were told, and this was alluded to in committee, they were told that they had to come into City Hall to pay for the open records request. They physically came in person wearing a mask, a hat, trying to disguise their identity, which is what I guess the way that we're trying to problem solve this scenario. Later on Nextdoor, and I do have screenshots of this, and I can't share them without releasing names, the public figure, which was the name that was used for the recent open records request, which is what people are saying was the fake name that was used, this person, the real person, posted that they knew exactly who it was, and they were posting their name, and they, quote, saw the video. I don't know what video they saw. I don't know how they were able to see any type of video. I don't even know if they were telling the truth. I have a feeling that Anonymous saw this comment, probably did not like it, and decided that in their situation that they were going to use that for the open records request. I think it's probably two individuals that are butting heads with each other, and we're trying to use a large city policy to get involved into a little quibble between two individuals. I don't want to paint with a very, very, very wide policy brush and a quibble between two individuals. I'll leave it at that. But that is an example of retribution between two individuals.
Councilmember Palermo?
Although it was a little hard to follow. It felt like Mad Libs. So I don't really know what you're talking about. But at the same time, what I will say is, I did not hear any retaliation. I did hear of quibble, and what I'd say is, unfortunately, in our city, I feel there's been a lot of quibbles over the years. And that's not something I think taxpayers want to be supporting or paying for or whatnot. And why be supporting quibbles and making that easier when that's really an abuse of the system? But again, I don't really actually know what you're talking about, just given all the, I wish that was up on a whiteboard so you could see the blanks and maybe color-coded, so it was a little confusing. But on a lighter note, I will go back to still in the same definition of fraud, since I felt a little insulted for using the word. I should have looked at number 2, fraud, a person who is not what he or she pretends to be, : imposter. So I just want to say I don't feel that was an unreasonable word. And again, anybody that wants can have somebody else just acknowledge and commit themselves to paying for the records, or come in person. And from the sounds of it that we've described, that's something that people have chosen, and there's not been any actual retaliation or anything like that. So again, I'm gonna support staff's recommendation on this, because again, my hope is that the intent from it is it's gonna make open records that much more efficient for Roswell residents and the media, instead of quibbles or Russian bots or companies that are just trying to abuse systems.
I didn't answer your question earlier, so let me try to answer it really quick. You asked earlier, why now? Because we were really busy last year. We're really busy this year. One of the pieces that's been referenced didn't just happen, it happened months ago. This came as a recommendation out of staff last month. I don't remember the timetable. I have several conversations. It was brought to me. And I said, yeah, it seems like a simple solution. And honestly, it didn't seem like this was, I think Lee said it a minute ago, seems pretty common sense to me. And that's the way we approached it. And certainly wasn't meant to offend or to address, to offend anybody. It was like, no, this seems pretty simple. And the timing was not, it was months after I think the piece that you mentioned earlier. It had no correlation to it whatsoever. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. And we haven't even gotten to public comment yet.
I know.
I just want to, I did use the fraud word, and it was in the research that I did in researching the open records law, and if there were any iterations prior to the current law that exists that we're governed by. And the statement is, the purpose of these laws is to promote ethical standards, prevent fraud and corruption, and by doing so, engender greater public trust. So that might have been the mention of the other fraud.
Thanks, Christine.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Okay. I know that some of you are waiting anxiously to come talk. If you would, one person at a time, 5 minutes, cap you off. Please tell us, share with who you are and where you live. And Mr. Yao, you're in the front, so I will go ahead and introduce everybody to you. Mr. Jason Yao, Roswell resident, several addresses. Welcome.
I'm flattered that people think of me as a public figure. Fraud is financial or personal gain. Information is power. That is personal gain. So it certainly meets that criteria. I think people who know me know that I am an assiduous practitioner of exercising First Amendment rights. So far be it for anyone to suggest that I might be looking to inhibit First Amendment rights. There's quite a difference between expressing an opinion anonymously and acquiring information anonymously. And I think that's an important distinction. And in this case, if we're going to have information available freely and open to the public, we are also entitled to know who is seeking to obtain that information. We're not asking for what purpose they're seeking to use it, just who is seeking to obtain the information, because there may come a time where there is a pattern of malfeasance that develops, and you can determine who is up to it and what they might be up to by seeing the pattern of information that has been acquired through the public process. You can take these things and if your name is on a document with an official government heading, you could go in and start to establish a whole series of fraudulent identification documents. You could call it a gateway piece of fraudulent documentation. I don't want somebody doing that to me. I don't think anybody wants that being done to them. I've always been very open about my opinions about what goes on in city governance, and I don't understand why people want to be cagey about who they are when you want to obtain the information about what's going on in government. I think just as much as they might have a right to find out what correspondence I might have with government officials, I think I'm also entitled to know who's looking into my correspondence, and I might want to know why. But I at least think I'm entitled to know who's looking into it. You want to pry into, you want to use, and then you want to use my name on top of it. You can't. You just the Mickey Mouse stuff, the fraudulent representation of who you are to obtain the information. I don't understand the difficulty in being straightforward and honest, saying, this is me, I'd like this information. Fine. There's no crime in obtaining information. But there is, in my mind, a crime in obtaining information under fraudulent circumstances, especially when you're using a false name. And that's why I think you should be verifiable, because if you're not everybody's going to use Mickey Mouse. If you use a real person's name, you're crossing a line. It's a whole different ballgame. And it's for everybody's protection, and it certainly isn't meant to inhibit anybody's First Amendment rights. That's a real reach, and far be it for me to be someone to advocate inhibiting First Amendment rights. As I said, I am an assiduous practitioner of them. And so I appreciate that Mayor and Council is seeking to rectify this situation to the best of their ability within the constraints of the laws that bind them. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yao. Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson. I, too, will introduce you as well. David Johnson, East Roswell, Willow Springs, welcome. Where's your yellow card?
I'll do some editing. There you go. David Johnson, 3000 Roxbury Drive. If you don't mind, I'd like to maybe ask a couple questions, but if you don't want to answer them, that's fine. My fear in government is always the fear of unintended consequences. And I'm kind of worried about this with that. Has anyone asked for an open records request, received it, and not paid? That is an issue. Okay. By the way, I've never done this. I don't even know how to, I agree with you. It's very intimidating. I don't even know how to do it. I'm not really that intelligent to do this. So but it's always a fear of mine for the government to pass something to say, oh, it's simple. Sorry, I don't know if that's me. So it's simple, and then it's, we have consequences later. Is that my phone? If I was to request something under Sarah Beeson's name, like she had suggested earlier, and go in to get it, I assume City Hall has security cameras, correct? My face would be on the security cameras. The council, mayor, staff, they would have access to that data to see that I've walked in to gather the information. Would that be correct?
Well, I think, David, the supposition of that question is assuming that council and mayor are spending a lot of time reviewing camera footage, interested in knowing who's walking in the
Right,
building.
you might not care.
Exactly.
Right, but the next 7 elected officials might.
Well, it's funny you say that. Part of the genesis of this, and again, trying to answer Sarah's question, was when we came in, there was a lot of dysfunction. And there was a lot of fighting going on, and there was a lot of dysfunction between previous elected officials. And one of the things that when I came in, I'll remember it as clear as day, there were several things that the staff and the talent would bring up to me about things that had gone on, that they were really concerned about from just a work environment, from a living quality of life work environment. And ORRs was one of them. It's funny. So I'm not taking your time, I promise. I can't tell you the amount of time and attention that when I came in to be mayor, the first month, I would hear about ORRs every single day. And finally, forgive me, Marley, for saying this, and David and the rest of them, I'd say, I don't want to hear about ORRs. Like, they are what they are. No, everybody would panic about ORRs because the previous elected officials had spent so much time focusing on ORRs. Great irony here, Sarah, is that this group of people doesn't spend any time focused on ORRs. And really the only intent with this process was to say, hey man, just tell us who you are. Just like you said, I think Jason said it incredibly well. It's like much different than saying, I'm going to write something anonymously than saying, I'm going to pursue information publicly anonymously. And I think confusing those two are, and this whole piece is like, it's suggesting, hey, the apparatus of government, right? We are the check. You are the check against the power. The press is the check against the power. The people are supposed to be the check against the power. And there's always the risk of people in authority, i.e. your elected representatives, abusing that power and abusing it one another, i.e. the idea of retaliation. I got some leverage over you, I'm going to hurt you with it, right? Because you did something I didn't like. And listen, David, that's always the problem as long as human beings are going to exist. Exactly. And it takes a free people to continue to fight that.
To her point about, we're trying to do this to prevent fraud, right? If I use Sarah's name and y'all don't review the security camera footage, does this resolution prevent the fraud?
To clarify, you can use my name and not have to come into City Hall, and that's why I'm giving you my identity to use.
If I use Randy Knighton's name, because he's the first one I saw, and come in and y'all don't look at the security footage, does it prevent the fraud? I don't have his permission to use the name. So that's where I'm getting a little confused on this, is where I don't know if this really solves the problem.
Well, I think and not to get too mechanical, I believe it's that when you go see the city clerk who's in charge of the open records request, just like you're going to the police to go get help me out here, Randy, or community, be a permit, police report, you go to ComDev, you get a permit, whatever. Wherever you go, like wherever we go, let's face it, we all have to pull out our identification and say, I'm David Johnson, I'm from Willow Springs, right? So, okay, David, no problem. You're going to have to, that's basically what I understand the mechanics of this with Marley. You're going to walk in and say, I'm here to get my open request, and I have to pay for this because I've required so much work, so here's my $27.13, And I'm David Johnson from Willow Springs.
So even though I used Randy's name, I can use my name to pick it up?
I'm sorry?
Even though I used Randy's name to request it, can I use my name to pick it up?
You'd have to present your identification. I think that's the whole purpose of the resolution.
Then, but that doesn't. Where's
Councilmember
the-
Palermo, yes, sir.
Yeah. where's
Let me ask you, what's your concern? I want to get clear.
Well, my real concern, and I don't think the 7 people up here have any desire to do this, and I know all of you guys very well, and I think, you're all outstanding citizens. But the next 7 people get elected, and I'm a business owner in Roswell, and I don't know, I don't like something that's going on, and I decide to write an open records request or FOIA act or whatever you do it, and I take it, and I say something negative against an elected official, and I'm a business to start getting inspected more or some other issue. My fear is like, you talked about the balance of power, and maybe the balance of the power in this is a little too much onto the citizen side, and my fear is making it too much onto the elected official side. That's where my fear in this is. So I think there could be maybe a happy medium in this. I like I never knew what Alpharetta is, because once again, I don't do this. I don't request these. Definitely don't request them in Alpharetta. I really like what Alpharetta does. Pay the money up front, then we send it to you. I mean, if that's not something, that solves a lot of this, right?
Can I tell you, I think everybody on this council, I'm going to guess, agrees with that. It's our legal opinion, which is what we trust in. Our legal opinion, sorry, because our legal
I'm done
opinion,
talking
like
after this.
we trusted our city attorney, right? And we trust like our city attorney. City attorney pursued an opinion. I'm not going to say, hey, you know what, city attorney? I know the law better than you do. You're wrong, and we're going to pursue a different course. Alpharetta's right. That's kind of like the juxtaposition of this.
So is Alpharetta not correct to do that?
I'm not commenting on Alpharetta because I don't know. I don't know. When you say what Alpharetta is, I'm not making a pejorative, a positive, or a negative on Alpharetta. Right. All I can comment is what our city attorneys commented on.
Right. So once again, my fear on this is just the tipping of the political power one way or the other.
I think Mike's got something for you. Yes, sir.
I don't know if it's as, I guess the one thing, so I've got a second part, but then one part regarding your stuff is, so here's the thing. Again, as I mentioned, it can be a friend, it can be a neighbor, it can be Councilmember Beeson, frankly, it can be me, except keep in mind, it's the purpose of this is the individual, if you're using Councilmember Beeson's name or my name, it means we're tied to pay that amount of money. And basically, meaning, if you do an open records request and you say Mickey Mouse, and then they do work and you owe that money, just decide you're not going to pay it, there's no real recourse to do that. Now the taxpayers are out, that resources were used to fund your thing that you did not end up paying for. But instead, you don't say Mickey Mouse. Instead, you say City Attorney David Davidson, and then you don't go to pick it up. David Davidson is who the city has the legal right and obligation to go after. And so it's David Davidson that would then have to be forced to pay the city. And so that's the thing. Around it is this is a protection. Interestingly enough, for the Alpharetta way, obviously not weighing in, having any legal opinion, sounds to me like a good option. It was, an interesting point was brought up that access to the records, it could actually be intimidating to have to potentially pay ahead of time a large amount of money versus it's free just to show an ID and just look at some documentation.
I forgot about that,
So
Mike.
that's creating a barrier that's, I think, a little unfair.
Sarah, David, we talked about this as an option last year when it came up. Again, recommendations.
I never thought of that. A resident brought it up to me.
I completely
literally
forgot
today.
about it. We talked about this last year, and part of it was like, that is intimidating. It can be used as an intimidation tool to say to somebody, hey, I don't want to do this information for you, so I'm going to quote you a ridiculous amount of money, right? And then, so you basically have quashed the open records.
Well, it's not intimidating to the rich, but it's intimidating to the average person.
To the average resident. And we said, well, you can't do that. It's funny you said that, because honestly, when you brought up the Alpharetta policy last time, I said, well, of course, we would love to do that. And we talked about doing that, and we were of the opinion that we could not do that. That was our, yes, sir, David Jameson.
I'll let you read what the law says. Any instance in which the estimated cost for production of the records exceeds $500 An agency may insist on prepayment of the cost prior to beginning search, retrieval, review, and production of the documents. Most of ours are not $500.
Hey, what?
Most of our requests are not $500.
So, David, can I ask David a question? So, David, then why is it to that, when you're interpreting that and reading that, because I'd love for you to expound on this for a second, then why is it that we can't do like Alpharetta's doing?
Because my opinion is basically if they include something in the law, that means what's not included is not allowed. So when they say you can insist on it when it's over 500, that means if it's under 500, you cannot insist on it.
We can't make our own resolution to say if
No,
it's
this
over
is state law.
$25.
We're bound by state law on this.
Say that one more time.
We are bound by state law on this.
The full sentence. My opinion is.
So my opinion is, when it says that you can insist on it, on prepayment, when it's over 500, that means that if it's under 500, you cannot insist on prepayment.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
So why is it then that we can't follow through with this Senior Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Colangelo provided us with, which was an option to allow for a money order for anonymous emails?
So if somebody wants to prepay, I don't have an issue with that, but we're talking about a policy and we're talking about insisting on prepayment, and that is not allowed.
It doesn't state for prepayment. It's for either you provide verifiable name and address, if they want to provide their name and address, to have it emailed, or if you want to remain anonymous, you come into City Hall to get the records, or if people want the records mailed to them or emailed to them anonymously, the agency, the city, will mail or email them after the requester sends a money order or something. So we would just give them the total dollar amount, the same way we would do now for email. It's just a money order versus credit card.
So again, that's going to be a policy decision for this mayor and council to decide. Legally, I think that if somebody says, hey, I'll prepay, that's permissible, but we can't require it. And we're setting policy, y'all are setting policy. So I believe that a policy is to follow the law, that if it's under $500, you can't insist on it.
Oh, I'm not talking about the dollar amount. I'm just not understanding what the difference would be between asking for somebody to pay via credit card in order to get it emailed to them, whether their name or identity is known, versus them paying via money order and having a delay in order to receive it anonymously via email, regardless of dollar amount. And I mean, I realize that's a policy decision, but at this point, this is all a policy decision.
David, you got a minute 37 and you left, and we kept interrupting you, so. Okay, fair enough. Councilmember Palermo.
I guess, just again, what's not clear to me is how we ensure to avoid impersonation or, according to Merriam-Webster, fraud. And just that's something that I think is an issue. And the irony, actually, Mayor, you'll appreciate this, because as the mayor brought up that when this mayor and the majority of the city council was elected and started back in 2022, you'd brought up on what the city was like, what the city council was like, what the community was like, so many different aspects. And interestingly enough, on Merriam-Webster, the word of the day is despairing. And so the irony is unreal. So if any of you haven't talked to the mayor, he'll use that word frequently to frankly describe how so much of the activities were that was going on prior to 2022. And so with it, again, I want to make sure things are being made as easy as possible for Roswell residents. I'm really glad to know that there has not been any there's not been any retaliation or anything like that. And at the end of the day, we have better things for our resources, where frankly the costs of these fees that we charge don't nearly cover the resources that we have within the clerk's office, given all the different things that we need done within the city. So why be supporting as Councilmember Beeson brought up, quibbles, I think was the word. I'm not sure. I apologize if that was not the exact word. I don't write down everybody's exact words, but supporting things that Roswell residents aren't interested in supporting. And one was brought up that apparently was recent. I can tell you there's been a lot of back and forth in different factions over the years. So again, I'm supportive of staff's recommendation, and I would like to have staff report back, hoping that this is actually improving turnaround time and making things more efficient for, again, the 99% of requesters that wouldn't fall under this anonymous discussion.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sir. I'm going to keep introducing people tonight. It's easy. I don't run the roll. Mr. Eric Schumacher, welcome, sir, but I'm not going to, you got to say what part of Roswell you live in.
I live in Ivy Mills off of Chafin. What I love about this is it's starting to make zoning look simple. And I love that. So I would just like to say that I think that we owe Marley a tremendous amount of gratitude. She has fielded a lot of my open records requests over the years, and she has done a tremendous job. I mean, I really feel like she deserves a standing ovation, quite honestly. Truly, I have done a lot of open records requests. I guess at some point, I was so good at them that other people were requesting my ORRs from the city. And just like Councilperson Lee Hills, I have had a tremendous amount of issues with other governments, Fulton County Schools, for instance, just like you. I have not received what I've asked for. I use Roswell as my yardstick for ORRs because we are so good at them. And truly, I am grateful for Marley and what she's done for us. If there was one thing that we could add, or I would suggest adding to this, is that when somebody makes a request, like myself, that when that request goes to staff members to fulfill it, that it's anonymous at that point. And the reason for that is, even me, over the years, I've had trouble getting what I've asked for from the person retrieving the information. It has nothing to do with Marley and her staff. I have had issues getting exactly what I've asked for, and there are a lot of reasons for that. And I've asked multiple times for the same thing and finally gotten those things.
I got to tell you, can I interrupt you? That's the best damn point I've heard on this whole thing. Having lived in the city for the last 15 months, that's a real issue. That actually is a real issue, where you're a known ORR person, right? And your information gets put in there, and we all guilty of biases. That actually is pretty solid, because that makes sense, because you're right. You're still going to get the information. But you may get it in not quite, maybe as expeditiously. I wouldn't want to say ever suggest that that is the case. But who knows that there might be a bias or prejudice against someone as a consequence of, hey, that's a, forgive them, I'm gonna use some inside the ballpark language. That's a known offender on the ORRs, right? Boom, 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 boom. Well, it's your damn right, number one, right? We're supposed to do it, period. But that doesn't mean in the real world, we all know in working environments that sometimes prejudices and biases do happen. And Eric, I'm glad you brought that up, because it didn't occur to me. And I agree with you. And I like that idea that internally, right, you should know, like, I'm responsible, whatever department I am, or elected official, to get you that information as quickly and as expeditiously as possible without any knowledge of having any bias. So damn it, there's Eric again asking for the same damn thing. I couldn't agree with you more. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. I would just say one more thing about that. It's been a number of years since this happened, so I don't want to say that this is happening today, but the thing that happened to me was I made an ORR request. Might have been 7 years ago. It was something that was happening at a council meeting. And the next day after I made that ORR request, I got a call from Mike Pachenik. Hey, what are you requesting? I didn't send anything to Mike. Right? So I think that privacy is important.
Can I interrupt you?
Your sure thing.
Let me know, anybody, if that has happened in the last 15 months. I'll put my bottom stake dollar on it. It has not. So I take umbrage sometimes when these roles get reversed, when there has been abuses in the past. And by the way, the press should be investigating the abuses of the press. And when they throw that horse crap at me and don't investigate it and don't ask the right questions, I take umbrage to that. When there has been abuse in the past and the local media hasn't done its job of investigating the offenses in the past, and then it becomes a red herring argument today, like just the opposite. I challenge anybody in this city to tell me that any resident, business, lawyer, press has had any information withheld, attempted to withheld, or, and that's why I said, I'm just trying to be a realist. I hope that the names aren't being used to say, to slow roll internally. But being a realist and being 61 years old and living in corporate environments, I know sometimes people do create biases. But I'm glad to hear you say that, because I would say, to Mike's point earlier, damn it, we would take that very seriously. We do take the First Amendment very seriously. We take freedom of speech very seriously, the right to fight your local government very seriously. That's a serious, like David left, but like doggone it, you're responsible to fight your local government and say, doggone it, do the right thing. And so I take umbrage to this whole notion of a red herring that we're going to spend 2 hours on, at least, maybe more, talking and discussing, when really it's a false charge. This is a false damn charge. Sorry, Eric.
No worries. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Palermo.
Mayor, I agree with you, and I just want to say that certainly I expect increased and continued accountability to make sure that we are getting ORs out as fast as possible, and there's absolutely no bias to the example given. I was glad to hear at the end that it was years ago that was experienced, but absolutely that we need, at all times, City Hall always needs to be getting better at customer service, and that's clearly an important example.
I'm glad you said that. Like, if I ever heard, Eric, that a council member made a call to a resident or a business or the press or anybody, I would say we're going to bring them up on ethics charges. If a staff member was responsible for calling a resident or a business or the press or an attorney and said, I heard we got an ORR on you, they would be terminated immediately. So there's no nonsense. We're serious about this. This is a serious issue that we treat seriously. And this was for us a very simple, simplistic, common sense approach that for 99.99% of the people is not an issue. And it has nothing to do with the congruence of free speech. It's like Jason said it so well. Much different than saying, I have the right to publish anonymously. I mean, that is guaranteed. But you know what? I'm going to access my government, and I want to obtain that information anonymously. That's a whole different ball of wax, particularly in 2023. What other Roswell residents would like to talk on the matter? All right, being that no other Roswell residents, I bring it back to council. Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Beeson.
A couple questions. Since I have a sinking feeling this is going to pass, for clarification's sake, I'd like to understand what is verifiable and how are we going to verify somebody's identification?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why do you have a sinking feeling it's going to be passed? Because that's like suggesting that I want to know what's not compelling from your perspective. Like, I really want to know what is the issue for you?
Sure. So if it were compelling, then it would be an OCGA. To the point that several council members have brought up so far about using the word fraud and the identification is so important, then it would be in state code. Also, it would have been in the response from the state attorney general's office. She wouldn't have offered, well, actually, not even offered, but completely stated that if people want records mailed or emailed anonymously, she gave two options there. So both the attorney general and Georgia code gave ways of being anonymous. So if those shouldn't be options, then it shouldn't be in Georgia code and it shouldn't be offered by the state attorney general's office.
Thanks, Sarah. And I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, so I'd like to understand what is verifiable and how will we verify. And I'd also like to understand if adding money order could be an option. Specifically, money order could be an option using the attorney general's recommendation that If a person would like the records mailed or emailed anonymously, that the requester could send a money order.
Policy. So you're asking policy questions or policy suggestions to the resolution?
Okay, so that's a good point. So I guess I'll offer my first question, and then I'll make a motion after. So the first question is, what is verifiable, and how are we going to verify identity?
Thanks, Sarah. That's not a policy question.
So basically, a verifiable address or name would simply be somebody that you can just look on Google and find it, that it's a person. The addresses that have been submitted previously have been 47 Hill Street. Doesn't exist. It has been somebody's the one that was most worrisome was somebody's actual name, somebody's actual address, somebody's actual phone number. Just wasn't their email address. Now Marley caught it. However, if she would not have caught it, our recourse, had they not paid, would be to put a lien on that person's house. How dumb would we have looked then?
So in that situation, Marley was able to catch it because she knew that person's email. So in other situations where the requester is not a known entity, how are you going to verify their email address?
We won't be verifying their email address. We'll be verifying their name or address.
So somebody theoretically could still make up a Gmail address and then mimic people?
Sure.
So really the problem that we're theoretically trying to solve with this policy is not being solved?
We're not going to stop people from lying. That's just not going to happen.
Then what's the point of this policy? That's just like an hour and a half of us going back and forth for nothing.
Sarah, I'm going to go Councilmember Palermo.
So I will be supporting staff's recommendation. I think it is at least bringing things in the right direction. And again, I think they had Roswell residents and taxpayers and the media, et cetera, in their mind with the suggestion, so I will be supporting it. But in all fairness, I actually, again, although I disagree with many of Councilmember Beeson's comments, I actually agree with the last one, which is ultimately, and I feel a lot of us have been saying since the beginning at committee and here, it's still going to be really easy for anybody together to get the information, whether you want to get it yourself or you want somebody else to get it, which is a common practice as well. It's something where we just want to look for ways to make things more efficient, and if this is staff's recommendation how to do that, and to avoid, again, based on Merriam-Webster's definition, to avoid fraud, then I think this is a step that hopefully will do that.
Sarah, you had something else you were saying.
I was going to see if anybody was interested in entertaining the motion of adding the money order, which was provided by the Attorney General's office as an option, which was if people want the records mailed or emailed anonymously, the agency will provide them after the requester sends a money order. And that was, again, recommendations made by the State Attorney General's office through Senior Assistant Attorney General Jennifer Colangelo.
In addition to Councilmember Beeson's, there was a suggestion from a resident about adding something potentially. I didn't know if council wanted to consider that or not. Councilmember Palermo.
Again, I asked the same question of how can we reduce or eliminate the impersonation, which, interesting enough, that'd be really interesting to find out from our sister cities to see if they've had the impersonation that we've had. And again, I'm saying impersonation, which also, again, according to Merriam-Webster, is fraud. And so that's where my concern is. That doesn't eliminate it. I think all of our resolutions, all of our ordinances, everything in our city is always a living, breathing document with always the opportunity to evolve and improve. And so I certainly would fully support improving this when we figure, different, additional, better ways to reduce the issues that we've had. But I think this is a good start.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Councilmember Mortland.
Mayor Wilson, do you remember back in the 2023 budget talks, did the city clerk's office not come to us and ask for additional funding for a position in her office? Do you remember that?
Councilmember Mortland, I do remember that. Yes, sir.
And the reason behind that funding was simply for ORR research and records?
That was my understanding. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I'd like to start by saying that that was a great summary that Councilperson Hall gave of the Sunshine Act and how this has gotten turned upside down on its original intent. And that was something with Councilman Palermo's dictionary skills. That was awesome. But in a simple view to this resolution, we're not limiting public records and their access. This is just simply protecting our Roswell residents' identities. That's all we're doing. I'm supportive of this.
Thank you, Councilmember Morthland. Any other thoughts or comments from Council? Councilmember Vanstrom?
Yeah, and I'll repeat what I said previously is number one, let's get back to that number of 99%. We've spent, I lost track.
2 hours.
We've spent a great deal of time on a very minute part of the population in Roswell and where there are some issues that we are trying to resolve. And if there are issues, it's our job to resolve those issues. So I'm very much in favor of moving this forward, understanding fully that most of the people in Roswell, this is not even an issue. We had David mentioning he's never even questioned an ORR, and if he did, he would be happy to put his name forward. We had another resident say the same thing. I don't think that's been a problem with the vast majority. And this is an issue that the staff brought up. The staff's looking for a solution, and we're here to support the staff when it is a reasonable request, and I think this is.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanstrom. Councilmember Hills, this is in your area. Councilmember Beeson has made a suggestion. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that is to add the option of payment with the money order. Are there any objections here?
So I could support it in the future if we figure out a way to prevent the risk of impersonation, but I don't support it tonight because right now my concern is that's not going to support that risk. What happens if the costs end up exceeding the money order? I feel more comfortable following staff's recommendation tonight as is, and again, always looking to rework this and improve this and make sure we're just addressing the real issues. My concern is that wouldn't address all the issues.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo.
Okay. Anybody else? Do we need to take that separate?
Councilmember Beeson.
Just hearing our process for verification in the sense that there's not really a method for verification and it's coming down to their email, and you can create a fake email as many times as you'd like. You're also not providing a space to just stay anonymous. We're actually incentivizing people to mimic other Roswell residents. So therefore, I think we're actually creating an incentivization as the opposite of this policy. I think we could easily just say, make the field anonymous for name, and the field could just be anonymous and just reply to the email or the field and state that we could, as long as we receive your money order upon request, that then we'll hold your information until we receive your money order. And if, to Councilmember Palermo's point, the estimate exceeds, the total exceeds the estimate, then you would essentially be able to recollect those funds. So recollecting taxpayer dollars shouldn't be an issue. I don't understand why it's necessary to have any name in order to have an open records request. So therefore, I think this policy is actually doing the exact opposite of what y'all are trying to prevent.
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? Councilmember Palermo.
So the resolution does give, the way I read it, does give staff the opportunity to improve it, clarify, update what that process is, and they could always take back. So that's where I think there is the opportunity for staff to improve this, and that's why I see all of our documents as the living, breathing documents.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. All right, Councilmember Hills, do you have a motion?
I do, Mayor. Let me just look at it. Motion to approve the resolution regarding public records as it stands.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Palermo. All in favor of the approval resolution regarding public records, please raise your hands. All opposed, please raise your hands. All right, the motion passes 5-1. Thank you very much. All right, next is Community Development Department. Councilmember Palermo, would you please read the first community development item?
Item number 6, approval of RC 2022-5380, Old Alabama Road at Riverside Road, Metropolitan River Protection Act, MERPA, land lots 531 and 534. Ms. Dybel?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. What Julie is passing out to you is our PowerPoint presentation. We've been requested for that, so we've made a copy for everyone. So that is everything that we have for this evening. So the first item, as stated, is a Metropolitan River Protection Act certificate request located at Old Alabama and Riverside. It's the City of Roswell, City of Atlanta water main project. Approximately 3,000 square feet of the work is located outside of the right-of-way. Quick little map showing the ARC area. Site plan provided by the engineering applicant that was submitted for the ARC. Second page of the site plan that was sent down to ARC. ARC did find the request for the Metropolitan River Protection Act consistent. When Atlanta Regional Commission reviews it, their answer is to find something consistent or inconsistent with the plan. ARC did find this consistent. Staff recommends approval of the Metropolitan River Protection Act certificate request. Do you have any questions for staff?
Thanks, Jackie. Council, any comments or questions? Councilmember Palermo.
Just a comment. There was a question coming in through email that we received that basically asked if we have any leverage around this approval to really push for faster just kind of an improvement of the road and trail and area. I basically went to EPW, and the answer was no, not really. So there's certainly other things we can pursue to get that fixed up, but this is not one of those tools.
Thank you, Mike. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? All right, very good. Any Roswell residents like to speak on this matter? Very good. Thank you. Bring it back to council. Any additional thoughts, comments, or questions? If not, Councilmember Lerville, do you have a motion, sir?
Motion to approve RC 2022-5380, Old Alabama Road at Riverside Road, Metropolitan River Protection Act, land lots 531 and 534.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Vanstrom. All in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilor Palermo, would you read the next community development item, please, sir?
Approval of a resolution to modify the Groveway community requirements for the Roswell Housing Authority. Ms. Dybel?
So this is a resolution that is being brought forward to make some changes to the Groveway community is bound by the ordinance from 2012, as stated in here, 2012-04-06, which is indicated in Article 1 of the Unified Development Code, Section 1.1.6, prior approval conditions, letter D. So what this resolution would be doing is making some changes to the Groveway community regarding this ordinance. The request is to allow for 4-story portions of the Roswell Housing Authority buildings to exceed 100 feet in depth, that the maximum Roswell Housing Authority building may exceed 300 feet, and Section 12.4.36 regarding public art to be deleted in its entirety related to the Roswell Housing Authority. So this resolution is, as stated, for the Roswell Housing Authority to make changes related to the Groveway community. And this is for the phase 1, I believe, of their project that they're working towards. So staff recommends approval of this resolution.
Thank you, Jackie. Any comments or questions, council? Does this have the support of the Roswell Housing Authority Board? Jackie?
I believe it does have the support of the Roswell Housing Authority.
Thank you. Very good. Very good.
One comment.
Sir?
One comment.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Vanstrom.
Yeah, I just want to clarify because we've had great discussions and been talking a lot about this. When it comes to public art, I just want clarification that you're not opposed to public art happening. You're not at all opposed to public art. It's just a matter of you are welcoming any creative designs and donations that may be available.
So welcome to our fine board members from the Roswell Housing Authority. Karen Parrish. Eric Schumacher.
Mayor and council, thank you guys for reviewing this tonight and hopefully passing it for us. We have to have our zoning buttoned up when we go to apply for our low-income housing tax credits in May. So this is why this is important for us. I have with me Donzel Jackson, who's part of our board, as well as Eric Schumacher.
Welcome, Donzel.
To show some support for this. But did you have questions or?
So Eric Schumacher, Vice Chair of the Housing Authority. So Council Person Vanstrom. We are not opposed to art at all.
Right.
We are struggling to accumulate enough funds to make this deal happen. And the Grove Way, I guess at the time it was an overlay, included a lot of other properties at the time, and it was meant to redevelop and to provide change in that area. And with the UDC, it changed that for most of all of the other properties, and the Housing Authority properties were left in that overlay under that ordinance, just to keep things simple at the time. So we're definitely not opposed to art, and we love to provide and make available some space in the redevelopment. I don't know what that will be. I think it will need to come after we are awarded our tax credits and when the building design comes together. I personally would love to see some murals or some outdoor sculpture and things like that. So I would love for us to provide that. At the moment, we find it difficult to come up with the $200,000 that we would likely need to meet this requirement. And because the city is hopefully helping us a little bit with making this happen, and anyone else who would love to help us make that happen, we would like to spend that money to ensure that we provide affordable housing for the people that we support. And we would love to bring a lot of the seniors that unfortunately were displaced because of the building situation. We'd love to bring those people back as soon as possible. So, passing these 3 items enables us to submit that tax credit application very quickly and makes it more possible for us to ensure that happens.
And our architects and the developer themselves have reviewed these and said that this will accommodate the need that they have for moving forward.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Donzel. Thank you, Eric, very much. Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Thank you for all the work you've put into this. I think definitely a very sad situation with the displacement due to the lack of safety. And obviously, at that same time, we had been hearing about some national situations where the lack of safety had resulted in tragedy, but still very sad situation with the displacement. Couple questions I have for staff. One of them, so this property that's being discussed, there's currently a building on there today?
Yes, there's currently a building on there today.
And then, so therefore, this is going to give the opportunity to replace that building with frankly, a safe new building versus the very old unsafe building?
Correct.
So, and so for that reason, I will be supporting these 3 changes, the first 2, to really make it feasible and give that opportunity. The third one, just given that obviously finances are tough, so to have a large amount going to art versus the actually getting the building built and safe, I understand that, and we'll support that. The one thing I do want to discuss and clarify is if we go to packet page 166 with the map. So I want to make sure that it's just kind of clear for us, the community, and would like to potentially just make sure these updates are being limited to just that subject property.
So these updates are specific to the Roswell Housing Authority property. And in the code, it is referenced for the Roswell Housing Authority property. So this resolution will only be for that section.
But doesn't the Roswell Housing Authority own properties besides the subject one right now?
They do. However, as stated in the code, it's very specific to where their properties are located. So they can't do anything outside of those areas that would, what I'm saying is, the ordinance is only specific to the certain areas that are listed in the UDC. And that's all this would be allowed to be available to.
Right, but I guess my thought is, so
This might clarify, I'm sorry. We purchased a property called Myrtle Street Apartments, which is a couple blocks away from our main campus. But that purchase was made after the resolution was given to give us the Groveway overlay and keep it on our campus, our Roswell Housing Authority campus. So this does not apply to the Myrtle Street apartment.
so that's helpful, and that's where I'm going with the question. I guess my question is, are there any other properties that the Roswell Housing Authority would have covered by this that we are ultimately changing, saying that they can have building length exceeding 300 feet, and that they can have 4-story portions being greater than 100 feet in depth? Are there any other parcels that would be affected, or is this the one parcel that's affected?
So I don't know that, I mean, we've seen some preliminary drawings for a second phase, and I don't think there's any other parcel that this would be maybe appropriate for, but I don't want to speak to that because we don't have any final design. This is a challenging property that's on a steep slope, so our billing has to be pushed and everything has to be pushed completely.
Yeah, and I'm fully supporting these changes for that property, without a doubt.
So is it you're looking for the
Limit-
exact addresses?
Yeah,
of the
limiting the
buildings?
scope.
That's
that-
199 Groveway for this one. That's
So
the
that
exact
would be
address.
my goal, if we could limit that. We are going to give these exclusions, but for that one address, to make sure that we're
Even
it's
the
not
2012 resolution is quite clear what the map area is, and it also says that properties owned by the Roswell Housing Authority. And that also would mean that if those properties were no longer owned by the Roswell Housing Authority, the 2012 resolution wouldn't apply.
which is a great protection and great for the community and the residents to be aware of as well. I appreciate that. And so basically, right now, though, I believe is this going from Oak Street to Groveway, or what's the exact region that this would cover?
What you're looking at is referenced in Article 1, which relates to the boundaries. So it states that as related to property owned by the Roswell Housing Authority, which is within the area bounded by south of Oak Street, east of Bush Street, north of Oxbow Road, such property is governed by the conditions of the rezoning identified in ordinance number 2012-04-06, approved on April 9th, 2012 for the Groveway Community Overlay District. So as written, it will go for all of those properties related to the Roswell Housing Authority.
And that's where my preference tonight would be, to understanding your urgency and the need. My preference would be to make these requested 3 updates, but not to that entire area, but specifically to the property that you need tonight. Any concerns with that? And then obviously for a phase 2 or other things that might be thought of in the future, always the opportunity to come in and change those, but not with this same blanket one, if that works.
I would say that we have discussed this at great length prior to this meeting. Even you and I have met and discussed that. I think that would have been a great time to talk about that, to be honest with you. We also had the committee meeting where we talked about it. That would have been another great time to talk about that. I think at the moment we're looking at 2 redevelopment phases. Number 1 at the senior location, number 2 across the street where we have the family units. And because of the way this works and how complex it is, the momentum we get from phase 1 can help us with phase 2. If there's some uncertainties with being able to do the phase 2 and uncertainties with our partner Penrose and investors, it may be difficult, it may be difficult to do that with uncertainties. So what we had talked about in these multiple meetings is making this modification to the 2012 resolution so that it does apply to both phases. Now, one of the items in that list has to do with 4 stories, and we don't intend to do 4 stories on our first phase, but the second phase may require it based on site complexities and stormwater and things like that. So the concern there was that measuring depth might have been difficult or confusing when we wrap a corner around the city block that we own. So that we wanted to remove that language because clearly we've had a number of confusions around terms being interchanged, and the reason we're here really is because the terms in the original resolution were intermixed and not clear, and staff wanted those clarified, and so that's why we're here. So I would ask that we at least apply this to our senior location and our family location, and so that we can support phase 1 and phase 2. Just to keep the momentum up. This is a very expensive ordeal, and it does take support from the city, and I view this as really support from the city to support the people we currently have in the community. Many of them have been there a good long time, and we do need to follow through on our commitment to affordable housing in the city of Roswell.
And I absolutely agree and want to support today. So if I'm hearing correctly,
Michael, will you accept a clarifying question from Councilmember Hall?
please.
Thank you. I just want clarity on the property. The primary property is 119 Grove Way. Is that the address?
199 Grove Way.
Okay. In GIS, it's listed as 119 for that parcel. And potentially the second development, is that the property that would be 151 Oak Street in GIS, or it's the property that's bordered by Oak Grove Way,
You think we could put a map?
Forest and Myrtle?
Is that too much to ask at this point?
Yeah, do we have a map that we can put up maybe?
And while that's being pulled up, so I do agree, the RHA made themselves very available to meet and discuss, and basically, and then at committee is where we looked at the map, we discussed it a little, but it was really with my homework last night of just looking at it, thinking about it, wanting to make sure that we're just giving exactly what the RHA needs now to meet those urgent needs, and at the same time limiting the focus. So that's where this is coming about. But just want to make sure it's clear. The Roswell Housing Authority was very available to meet, discuss, clarify their requests, and of course we had that public committee meeting as well.
Councilmember Palermo, will you accept another question from the dais? Councilmember Worthland has a question for you.
If we're chasing the address and the question of the address, would it make you feel better if we go with meets and bounds of the title? Would that be easier?
I'd say either way, it's basic. So this is actually a great map, right? If we want one moment right here. So, and scroll down just a little bit because it goes all the way down to Oxbow, I believe.
You could see that property says 199 Grove Way right there. That's where our current building is
Right.
that has the structural issues where we want to redevelop.
And so for me, that property, no question in my mind, I support making these 3 updates tonight immediately for that 199. It's just, I want to understand if we pass this as is, what other properties are we updating?
We're hoping that phase 2, which is directly across the street to the north.
It would be bordered by Oak Street, Grove Way, Myrtle, and is that Forest? On that one?
And then I guess my question is, when I heard about the request, the length being allowed to exceed 300 feet, it made sense to me given the topo challenges of 199 and the cliff and all that. And I guess that's where my preference would be, that this council has a little more time to decide, is 300 feet potentially appropriate on the northern property. So that's
So one of the reasons for that is because it's a senior disabled type envisioned. I mean, it's primarily 1 bedrooms. I think there's going to be 3 2-bedrooms inside of it, and to divide that up or do some other complicated iterations with that building. We're trying to maximize our funding, and so elevators and things like that are hugely expensive.
And that absolutely makes sense. So I guess here's my next
But
point.
also, the UDC takes that restriction out in the new UDC. It's just something that's unique to Groveway overlay. Is that what you were going to say?
That's right.
Yeah,
That
I was
sounds
just going to clarify a little bit. So the 2012 resolution mixes length and width, okay? And we actually, if you say width, our design is okay. But later on in the resolution, it mixes those two, which means that perhaps when they mean width, they don't, okay? So if we were to compare the 2012 resolution with our current UDC code, our current UDC code allows you to build the entire length of your property minus, any setbacks from the street. And we're not even coming close to that, quite honestly. So the reason we're trying to build, I think the current design is about 360 feet, and it's one building, is because there are expenses with things like elevators and infrastructure, and we're trying to provide affordable housing, and because we're under the RAD program, and those rates are set pretty low for us, unfortunately, it makes it very difficult to make this financially.
Well, and to be clear, we are being directed by HUD to replace this building and bring back our residents that were displaced, which is our desire. We've been following this issue for 3 years now and been very diligent about the safety of the residents. So we are being required to rebuild.
Just a side note, since I'm on a roll tonight, I have suggested this before. The leadership that you have demonstrated, Karen, and the courage that you have demonstrated, Karen, is remarkable. And you have put up with a lot of crap, and have been accused of a lot of things. And you're one of the good guys that's done the good thing for the city and this housing authority. So I'm going to address my comments to the damn press again. Because the press, and that's not well before your time, Delaney, but you guys have not taken the time to look at the real corruption, the real story that's taken place in the past in the Roswell Housing Authority. And when this body came into office last year, this body had the courage to get involved with the Housing Authority, where the previous elected officials ran every way but Sunday, didn't want to touch it because they knew it was problematic and they knew there were problems there. And you want a story? Go look at the past of Roswell Housing Authority. You want a story? You want to find abuse? You want to find political abuse? You want to find power abuse? So I'm a little ticked off, when there's real stories out there of real abuse, and the press sits by and then deals with red herrings and straw men. It kind of ticks me off when people like this, a regular resident, gets the absolute you-know-what beaten out of her because she tries to do the right thing and gets accused of all kinds of horrible things in the community because she's actually fighting power, political power in the city in the past, and fights it. That ticks me off. So do the right thing. Actually, why don't we go look at some stories that do need to be unearthed? And, Michael, so I'm sorry, I'll get off my little umbrage there. Councilmember Beeson has a question for you.
I have a clarifying question for Councilmember Palermo. What's the concern or the hesitation? Because I'm looking at the map, and this would be restricted only to the Groveway overlay, and these are all, for the most part, dead-end streets and not cut-through streets that are restricted only to residential benefit, and the residents in Groveway would be getting a direct benefit to these changes. So what are the hesitations on your end?
Sure, it's just anytime we're making any changes, I want to make sure we're understanding the full impact. I see myself being supportive of this phase 1 and this phase 2 property. I just want to make sure we fully understand the impact to make sure everybody's aware, I do support these changes, for example. So that's why I was asked the questions. But I just want to say, going back to Mayor Wilson's point, I couldn't agree more. I mean, so fortunate to have a community volunteer that gets paid nothing to come in and really try to turn around an organization that has such a valuable, important purpose that really, unfortunately, was, I guess, taken advantage of. Just ultimately, I think it's a sad situation on what happened prior to the tenure of anyone up here, but obviously, there's always long-term consequences, so we have, hardworking volunteers really improving things and trying to clean up, previous decisions and profit opportunities and things like that. So again, I appreciate the service. So here's my final question for both the RHA and staff is, so east of Bush Street, south of Oak Street, north of Oxbow, I forget, I guess that's the full thing, so I guess it goes all the way east. What other properties are included in this besides those two, if any?
We have a property that's the Grove Place cul-de-sac.
Yep.
And it's
Coming
not
down
noted here on this map, but we do have a large redevelopment called the Veranda that's on
Very
that
familiar with
corner
that.
there where the pointer was. And the rest are we have 27 units that either front Oak Street or go or wrap around that Grove Place.
So that's where my preference tonight would be, that this change is still in reduced scope, but to that property 199 and that property just north of Groveway, that would cover you for what you're looking at doing for phase 1 and phase 2, and for any other properties, always the opportunity for council to make changes in the future, but not just have a blanket change right tonight.
And just so that I finish, but we've got 4 units on Grove Way where you see the 29, 30, 31, and 32. That's also our parcel. So it's those 4 distinct parcels that would be included in this campus.
So any concerns with the updates just affecting these 2 properties that you've discussed as phase 1 or phase 2, besides the concern of having to deal with this council again in the future?
I would say none.
I don't have any concerns.
We have no concerns at this time. We believe that these 2 properties are the only properties that we plan on redeveloping.
Councilmember Hills.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Karen, Eric, and Donzel. Really appreciate what you're doing for our residents.
By the way, they came up as residents to speak. You're like expert
know.
witnesses.
I know.
Your time is way done.
Expert is right. I just wanted to point out that the property that's north that we're talking about here, it has the same width as the property in question or not in question, but the one that's imminent, 199 Grove Way. So a lot of those parameters would fall right in, especially if length and width has been in question. So this would clear that up. I'd also point out that this is the same developer that as soon as this phase 1 is being, and get me on the right track if I misspeak, once this phase 1 is rolling, we won't wait until completion. We will start rolling with phase 2 applications. So we already know that these will complement one another. And in respect to the 4 stories, I'll note that the veranda right next door, across the street, I should say, it fits within that as well. So that's not out of place. And I don't know what they'll come up with if Penrose will go with 4 stories, but it's in keeping with what's going on there. It would complement the area. And I think that that's completely appropriate to accommodate both of those properties with these parameters, with these adjustments. Is there anything that I left out on that?
My only question would be this, the variance to allow us to have the additional feet isn't just specifically for 4 stories, correct? I mean, if they have something that's
Correct.
not 4 stories, 3 stories, that it would be fine. Allowed by right, all right.
Thank you.
Very good. Council, any other thoughts, questions? All right, so thank you, guys. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you for your
Thank
kind
you,
words,
Karen.
and I just
Thank
want to
you,
say,
Denzel.
I'm not the only person that volunteers on this board. There's, as you can see, amazing people that are now on this board that have a true commitment and a heart for the people of Roswell and the people at the Housing Authority. But thank you guys for being willing to step up and help us, and I'm looking forward to more positive news and more positive developments coming out of the Housing Authority moving forward.
Yeah, I sure wish Appen Media would do a story on you.
Well, I'll pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And also the history of what made it such a challenging job.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is there any other Roswell residents like to speak on this matter? No, item number 7. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Sue Dupart, 500 Shadowwood Court. I drive down when I'm going to Sandy Springs to work I turn on Myrtle and I go down Oak Street. So I would say I know there's a wheelchair man with an amputated leg. Sidewalks are high priority in this area for the people going to work at the nursing home and walking on, historic roads don't have curbs. So, the tar hits the grass or the lawn, and people with storage at that new beautiful facility might not be aware of all the handicapped people. And maybe the grant application specialist, maybe could do a butterfly garden, for Mrs. Carter, a continuation of, I think Barrington Hall has some butterfly gardens, as an aspect, or an Eagle Scout could do a little soccer field on that hill on Oak Street by some of that housing. Because you see the kids artistically, you could have a nice covered bus stop for the students waiting for the school bus. There's a lot of creative engineering that could be used for the welfare of the community, but because when you show a high standard of quality of life, there's going to be respect by the residents. Otherwise, other kids on the bus, know why they're there and why they're getting off there, where the other kids might get off at the nicer townhomes on Fraser. So thank you.
Thanks, Susie. It's funny, I was there, what's today? What day, Monday? Friday. I was there in the Groveway. There in the Groveway, and I got to be there when the bus arrived. It's always such a cool thing. I mean, I think for any of us, right? When you see a kid load of kids offload on the bus, and they're second grade, third grade, and fourth grade, it's just always fun. And I happened to be there at the Groveway Friday to see it. All right, any other Roswell residents would like to speak on this issue? Item number 7. Okay. Back to council. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Councilmember Palermo, do you have a motion for the second reading? Sorry.
For just resolution.
I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong sheet, brother.
So motion to approve a resolution to modify the Groveway community requirements for the Roswell Housing Authority with the following changes. That instead of affecting the entire Groveway community overlay, these 3 changes will affect 2 properties, which is 199, and then the one across the Groveway to, I'm not sure what number that is.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Second.
Seconded motion made by Councilmember
jumped the
Palermo,
gun.
seconded by Councilmember.
And I guess my question for Ms. Dybel would be, how would it be most helpful to make sure that, because I'm looking at the 2 properties, one has the arrow on it, and one's right below it, which is 199.
As there's no specific address, there's numerous addresses on that property. I would indicate it as 199 Grove Way and the property to the north bounded by Forest Street, Oak to the north, Myrtle Street, and Grove Way.
Okay.
You just gotta, yeah.
You could list it by the parcel number. You are correct. We could do it that way instead.
Either way.
Jackie, you can try again, parcel numbers?
So I see it, it's 12201, 1042, 40147. I feel like I just got an eye test. I hope that was right.
Oh, my God.
Cover your left eye.
That will work.
All right, so say those 4 parcel numbers again.
Yeah.
All right, Michael, do you have a motion?
It was motion to approve the resolution to modify the Groveway community requirements for the Roswell Housing Authority with the following changes, the 3 as written, except it will not be to the entire Groveway community overlay. It will be to parcel 1220111, 0424047, and 199 Groveway.
Thank you, Michael. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Harrells. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilmember Palermo, would you read the next item, please?
Item number 8, approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code, Article 2, Section 2.2.6, to add redevelopment and to change the percentage of landscape open space in Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6 for the following building types: townhouse, walk-up flat, stack flat, commercial house, single-story shopfront, mixed-use building, general building, and civic building, and modifying Article 11, streets and public improvements. This is the second reading. Mr. Davidson?
City Attorney Davidson, would you please read the item, read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 2, Rules of Interpretation, Section 2.2, Rules applicable to all districts, and Article 3, 4, 5, and 6 regarding landscape open space, and Article 11, Streets and Public Improvements. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 2, Rules of Interpretation, Section 2.2, Rules applicable to all districts, Article 3, Residential Districts, Article 4, Corridor and Node Districts, Article 5, Downtown Historic Districts, Article 6, Employment Districts, and Article 11, Streets and Public Improvements of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is a second reading.
Thanks, David. Lenore, would you present the item, please?
I will be happy to. Thank you. As mentioned, this is a second reading, so the changes you see on the screen tonight are the ones that were approved at the first reading. They incorporate what was initiated by Mayor and Council, as well as input from Planning Commission, and then your input at the first reading. So the changes are related to Section 2.2.6, letter A, to insert the word natural as it's shown on the screen, and then delete ornamental objects such as fountains, statues, and other similar natural and man-made objects. And then the other change was to add at the end of the paragraph for townhouse building type, a minimum of 50% of the required landscape open space must be contiguous. The next section is under letter C in the same section, and that is a new section that's being added. The change made at the second reading is to have it read that redevelopment does not meet the minimum landscape open space percent requirements, shall meet the greater of their current percent of landscape open space or 15% as the required minimum percent. These are the percentages that we are looking to change to. They are 20% increase over the existing percentages, so the new numbers are listed in red. The 11.2.6 letter A is a section where there is a reference to common open space, and so the recommendation is to remove RTH from that, so the townhomes are captured under those percentages we just looked at. So that's just a text edit on this page. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Lenore. Council, any questions or comments? Yes, Councilman Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. This is a very exciting one. This one is going to have a major impact on future development. So for anyone that's ever driven through Roswell and disappointed to see when there's new development that it's a lot more intense, there's a lot less open space, there's a lot less green space, you know, just this is going to be something that's going to really make it so that future development is going to be incentivized to keep extra green areas, extra wooded areas, et cetera, and just frankly have less intense buildings and less intensity on the property. So I think this is a very exciting opportunity for the many Roswell residents that like the small town feel and don't want Roswell to just start to feel so urban and so just concrete and covered in buildings and things like that. So I think this is a really, really exciting one. I think this one had some great input from Planning Commission, which was much appreciated, and some great incorporation there. And to clarify, a question for staff is a developer could always request a variance to reduce the required space. Is that right?
That is correct. It'll be part of the second reading of an item in a moment.
Okay, excellent. So basically, for a great development that is going to just do some fantastic things, this council and the community can certainly decide that they want them to have less open space. But it's great to know that the starting point is going to be a great amount of open space, leading to less intensity and hopefully just more green space, more trees, and just that small town feel that so many of us in Roswell really love.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Any other? Yes, sir, Councilmember Vanstrom.
Yeah, and I think this goes along real nicely with our campaign, my campaign specifically. When I was running, it was very clear that the voters did not have an appetite for Sandy Springs type intense urbanization development, and I think this is really laying a nice foundation to make sure that I, for one, at least keep my campaign promise that doesn't become a reality.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanstrom. Councilmember Beeson.
To reiterate, same thing I've said, both in committee and previous readings for this. I disagree with it because I don't think that the intent is going to thread the needle the same way with how this is going to play out. I think that, I know that trees are the way that we're painting the picture right now. It doesn't require trees. It just says landscaped open space. The Catherine is landscaped open space, which is a giant field of sod. Also, landscaping is not inherently environmentally friendly. It's very straining on the environment. Again, I say this as somebody who works in environmental management. When you have to use herbicides and pesticides and you have to water something, which is landscaping, that is very straining on the environment. I think there are other ways that we could have accomplished this without just arbitrarily doubling the percentages of quote-unquote open spaces. But that's just me, and it's reiterating a point I made previously. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Palermo?
Well, I think the point that's being lost on it or avoided is it will make it so that the buildings will take up less space of the property. And I believe a lot of residents would prefer to see that, because as Councilman Vanstrom brought up, I think a lot of people don't like, you drive down Roswell Road and then you see so much where so much of the property is a big building. And this will change that, because there will be the requirement for more open space, which means less building, less pavement, less concrete. And so I think just a really exciting thing. And frankly, the way that it's done, what I really like about it is it's actually going to be showing the interest for having the properties that are already developed being redeveloped instead of our many underdeveloped areas turning into just all concrete with large buildings. So I think this is really exciting and really be a good way to be directing towards the already developed concrete areas.
Councilmember Hall?
Thank you. And I had mentioned this in a prior session, but also the mental health aspects and benefits of having more green space and the trend in development to incorporate more green space into the developments is very, very, very important now and very much trending.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from Councilmember Beeson?
One quick response. I'm sorry. I would be remiss if I didn't, because to the point made previously, I also campaigned on this. I understand the want for more landscaping and the more green space, and to Councilmember Palermo's point, you're correct. Less building does take up less property, but because of it, it makes it less economically sound for a building that could otherwise house an individual to take up that space, and now we can house a shrub. I am more of the frame of mind that I'd rather house an individual, but that's just me. I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Beeson. Councilmember Palermo.
Well, just to be clear, this is actually not affecting single-family homes. So this would affect apartment buildings, which you certainly get a lot of them in Sandy Springs, but this will not affect single-family homes at all.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Individuals.
All right, thank you, Council. Appreciate it. Any comments from anybody, Rainey Roswell residents on this matter? Being no comments, I'll bring back to Council for any final closing comments, thoughts, or questions. Being that there are none, Councilmember Palermo, do you have a motion for the second reading?
Absolutely. So I believe the majority of Roswell residents do want less big buildings and seeing more open space and less intensity development. And I believe the majority of Roswell residents aren't just preferring to see apartment buildings be able to be larger and instead of actually having open space and not as large apartment buildings. And so for that reason, I will gladly be supporting this increase to the open space requirement. And I think a great future development for a great small town feel. So I motion to approve a text amendment to the UDC Article 2, Section 2.2.6 to add redevelopment and to change the percentage of landscape open space in Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6 for the following building types: townhouse, walk-up flat, stacked flats, commercial house, single-story shop front, mixed-use building, general building, and civic building, and modifying Article 11, streets and public improvements. This is the second reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Vanstrom. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. Motion passes 5-1. Thank you very much. Councilmember Palermo, would you read the next community development item, please?
Approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding Section 2.2.19, residential garage parking, letter C, townhouse, letter D, administrative alternative finding, and Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6 regarding the number of units permitted in a row for townhomes. This is a second reading.
Thank you very much, Councilor Palermo. City Attorney Davidson, would you read the ordinance, please?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 2, Rules of Interpretation, Article 3, Residential Districts, Article 4, Corridor and Node Districts, Article 5, Downtown Historic Districts, and Article 6, Employment Districts. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 2, Rules of Interpretation, Section 2.2.19, Residential Garage Parking, Article 3, Residential Districts, Section 3.2.9, Townhouse, Article 4, Corridor and Node Districts, Section 4.3.5, Townhouse, Article 5, Downtown Historic District, Section 5.3.7, Townhouse, and Article 6, Employment District, Section 6.3.2, Townhouse of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the second reading.
Thank you, David. Jackie, would you present the item, please?
Yes, so this is the second reading as stated and read by the city attorney. So this is the show the changes from the first reading. Section 2.2.19, to insert the following as letter A, and then to re-letter the remaining section. So letter A, intent. The intent of the residential garage options is to minimize the visual impact of street-facing garage doors. Number 2, where garage doors can be seen from the street, measures should be taken to reduce the visual impact of the doors. Numbers 3 and 4. Number 3, the measures include garage doors set back from the front wall plane, architectural treatments, translucent garage doors, single doors, projecting elements over the garage doors such as bay windows, and limits on the total number of doors that face the street. And number 4, where garage doors are located perpendicular to the street, measures should be taken to reduce the visual impact of the side wall that face that street. Measures include architectural treatments, changes in material, landscaping, vegetation, or the installation of windows. With the new letter A applicability, current letter A will be re-lettered to letter B. Letter B, detached house and attached house shall be amended to be re-lettered to letter C. And then section 2.2.19, residential garage parking, which is currently letter C, is a new letter D, and remove currently as approved in the first reading to remove the following sentence. Townhouse fronting a minor street may be rear-loaded or front-loaded. In section 2.2.19, letter C, townhouse was, as indicated, changed it to letter D, and approved in the first reading. The minimum 20 feet between curb cuts to allow for street parking for residential townhomes was to be located in this section. Front-loaded, which is under that section, is to be amended by deleting the entire section. Also to be deleted is section 2.2.19, residential garage parking, letter D, administrative alternate finding as deleted. And then what also was approved in the first reading to be included, section 3.2.9, townhouse, number 1, lot dimensions, letter E to be amended as follows. To have unit width, rear loaded to be a minimum of 20 feet and front loaded to be a minimum of 24 feet. Letter H to be amended as follows in section 3.2.9 to include as stated for number of units permitted in any one row. 4 to be approved for rear loaded, 3 and front loaded, and to also have a 10-foot minimum building separation. Section 4.3.5, townhouse, number 1, lot and lot dimensions, to add unit width, rear loaded, minimum 20 feet, and front loaded, minimum 24. And in 4.3.5 in the table, to include and amend and add a letter H, number of units permitted in any one row, as stated before, 4 for rear loaded, 3 for front loaded, and 10 feet minimum between building separation. Same in article section 5.3.7, to add the unit width, and to include in the table for the number of units permitted in any one row, as stated before, 4, 3, and 10. And in Article 6, 6.3.2 townhouse, to include the same dimensions, unit width for the rear-loaded and front-loaded, and also in the table under letter H, number of units permitted in any one row, 4 for rear-loaded, 3 for front-loaded, and 10-foot minimum building separation. These were the changes that were approved by, at the first reading by the mayor and council. Do you have any questions for staff?
Thanks, Jackie. Does council have any comments or questions? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So there's three aspects to this I want to discuss. So ultimately, in that first reading, the majority of this council decided to keep in front-loaded units and just making some clarification with the intent and some updates to the details. And there's three aspects around this I want to talk about. One aspect is around the alternate findings. And so because the alternate findings, it addresses not just townhomes, but all potential homes, I believe. And so that's one aspect I want to discuss. So could you walk us through really the impact of the alternate findings? Because again, I believe it's more than just townhomes within our code. It would be for single-family homes, et cetera.
So currently in the code, the administrative alternate finding for residential garage parking is also for residential detached house and attached house. So once it's removed and deleted, it's deleted from the entire section. So there would be no alternate findings for staff to be able to do. If someone wanted to request a variance to the mayor and council, or actually to the Board of Zoning Appeals, they would end up going to the board. There would be no administrative alternate finding permitted to be done by staff.
And that's where on detached homes, my preference would be to leave it as is and leave that within the code. And then for attached homes, that's where I would prefer to remove it, and also would prefer for if a developer wants to ask for a variance, that it should come to city council if they want that alternate finding.
So Michael, this is the second reading. You've got something you want to change here. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, so basically, in what was initiated, had the alternate finding staying as is. No, there was a change that came out of Planning Commission regarding the alternate finding. And at the first reading, this council ended up removing completely the alternate finding in the first reading. My preference would be to add it back in for detached homes. Is that clear for staff?
Councilmember Hall?
I concur with that. Are we not able to just remove the alternate finding for the garages on the townhouses? Maybe David?
Clarity for that, David or Jackie?
So what I've just placed on the overhead is the current UDC, letter D, administrative alternate finding, that has not been officially removed yet, depending on what happens this evening. It currently indicates that the director may, in accordance with 13.9, approve an alternate garage option subject to the following findings. And there are 4 different sections to this that must be met. So as stated, Councilmember Palermo, if he wanted to change, he could add language to that first paragraph in letter D to indicate may, in accordance with section 13.9, approve for detached house, something in that regard. That way it would be just for detached homes, and it would not be for the townhomes and attached homes.
Michael, do you have clarity on that?
I do.
Okay.
So that makes sense to me. I want to make sure it makes sense to everyone up here. So it's just basically saying we're not changing the rules around alternate finding going to staff on detached homes.
That's on UDC 2.2.19, is that correct? On the section 3 on your on page 187, on your packet, page 2, page 187. So we'll make sure I'm following. Or am I incorrect in that? So second page, page 2 is packet page 187. number 3, below, add 2 items to UDC 2.2.19D, residential garage parking, administrative alternate findings. Councilmember Hall.
Just a clarifying question, as we're talking about that, was this renumbered when we removed it? And so it used to be D, and now they've been renumbered?
It would be letter E, once it's approved.
But what we have on the screen is currently the code,
Currently in the code, it is still letter D.
because the first reading makes no changes. It's got to be the second reading tonight for us to actually be changing the actual code.
I'm a little confused, quite frankly. I'm not following.
So it's basically, in the first reading, we fully deleted something,
Yes, I remember.
and then now I'm saying I want to partially delete it, but not fully delete it.
So that's why.
Okay.
And basically what that's saying is saying, because the discussion in the first reading was, Mayor, I believe it was you that brought up, hey, if it's saying that it shouldn't be more than 50%, the garage door shouldn't be more than 50% of the building, why are we saying there's an alternate finding that staff could just say, okay, no problem, you can ignore that rule? And so we removed it completely. And now what I'd like to do is I'd like to undelete it or add it back for detached homes, given those will be built more in a one-off type possibility, whereas in, obviously, if you're building townhomes, that's a full development.
Got it. Okay. Council, any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Or take it? Yes, sir.
So that'll be one thing I want us to discuss. Another thing I want us to discuss is what's actually in the first reading. Did not delete the sentence that took away, didn't fully take, there was one portion where it didn't fully take away removing front-loaded townhomes, where it just basically says they cannot be front-loaded. I'd like to remove that sentence to allow front-loaded townhomes. And so that's something I'd like to discuss, clean that up. Because right here, because we took out, right, didn't we remove, yeah, we removed the following sentence. We removed townhomes fronting a minor street may be rear-loaded or front-loaded. And instead, I believe, did we add a similar sentence in, or did we, it's just basically we would not want that, as I'm seeing it, what's the sentence that we added related to a minor street or main street or whatnot?
All you did was delete that sentence out of that section.
So that's the thing, I'd want to look at not deleting that one sentence. And then the last thing I want to discuss, and looking at real examples, because we did discuss in that first reading as well and prior, just the importance of having, that if it is going to be front-loaded, truly having a front door and not just the garage as the door. And so in looking at that and looking at some real examples in Roswell, want to change the minimum width for front-loaded to go from 20 up to 28 feet. And so those would be the three changes I want to discuss tonight.
Michael, I think, I thought we might be further along than we are. I've gotten a couple of notes about taking a break, so it doesn't sound like this is going to be a short conversation.
5-minute recess, hopefully?
Yeah, a 5-minute recess.
Excellent.
See you at 10:30. All right, Willie. All right, Sarah, let's do it. We only got 4 more hours left. Okay. Councilmember Palermo, I believe the ball is in your court.
So again, we wanted to discuss the 3 changes, which is 1 is regarding alternate finding. So adding that back in for just detached houses. Also adding under alternate finding, adding a sentence which is meets, is in accordance with, and does not violate UDC section 2.2.20, which basically says it needs to be followed. And so that's it regarding alternate finding. So are there any questions on that one?
Thank you, Michael. All right, council, I know you got, Peter, I know you wanted to say something, sir.
We haven't gotten to the third.
Oh, we
So
haven't
then
got-
I can move on. That was one piece. Second piece is,
Can we put them up?
second piece is in the wording, it says in 2 places that it's deleting the fact that it says they can be rear loaded or front loaded, which is basically outlawing the front loaded. And I'm suggesting that we remove that. So for consensus, keeping the opportunity for front loaded townhouses. So that's change number 2. And then the third and final change is increasing the width of front-loaded units. And so from the first reading, the width was 24 feet, but moving it up to 28 feet based on some real examples within Roswell where they have the garage, they have an actual pedestrian door. And so those are the three changes.
I'm a sense that the second change is a compromise to help meet with approval from the rest of the council.
It is. So I think there's certainly reasons to delete building more front-loaded townhomes. And actually, an interesting thing is just as it was discussed during the original time when the UDC was coming about, which was urbanizing things even more, and increasing density. Even those suggestions were involved more of disincentivizing front-loaded, and a lot of discussion of not including front-loaded. And then also I'd actually wrote down a little excerpt that I had found interestingly enough for what is it? It's for missing middle housing, because I brought up last time an issue that I've seen is in reality by just squeezing in the more fitting in more density, putting in more front-loaded townhomes where it does not give the appearance of walkability or anything like that. In reality, a lot of the interest is actually in some of our older homes, which are really the opportunities for really starter homes and entry-level homes, and frankly, some of the more affordable housing for someone to buy. And interestingly enough, looking at the missing middle housing, even them having an excerpt mentioning specifically, do not allow garages on the front of buildings, even with reduced garage widths. So it's an interesting point. I think there's great justification in not having the front loaded, but in a compromise, looking for consensus. I'm certainly here tonight supporting keeping them.
Thanks, Mike. Peter, did you want to go?
Has the consensus gone a little extreme? I mean, what? This discussion started out, I believe, with the majority here, I think, pretty much didn't want front-loaded.
Yes.
And there was one who suggested a topography when it's not very noticeable at all.
The doctor?
Made sense that you could put front-loaded. So now all of a sudden we're I thought the idea was to simplify. That's my only comment of sitting through this entire, we're scrambling now to create at a second reading to change some more little things. To simplify would have been, you don't want front loaded. And you allow for, one simple request was that when it's not visual, why would you allow front-loaded? That was my only request. 28 feet is you front-loaded at a 24, you got a single-family garage, a one-car garage, and a front door, and have a nice-looking building. So I think, I'm confused where we're headed here as we add more instead of taking away and making it simple. Am I missing something?
I guess from a simplicity standpoint, there's no question. The simplest thing would be just to make it clear for new townhomes to be built, they're to be rear loaded, and there's a lot of benefits from that. And at the same time, in talking with staff, what was complex was the subjectivity of visibility and topography and the uniqueness potential of that exact lot and things like that. So that's where kind of concerns came about.
Okay.
Councilmember Hills?
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. I maintain that the residents of Roswell would prefer rear-loaded townhomes. I believe that has much greater curb appeal. I feel like we continue to water down our standards of what this city looks like, the historic nature, whether it's on east, west, north, or south part of this city. I would submit to you that an apartment door, if we're making accommodations for people to afford different styles of homes, that an apartment with a front door has more appeal than a townhome with a garage taking up the entire facade of the ground level. I don't mean to insult anybody on that. That's just my personal opinion, and I think that of many people that live in the city of Roswell. I think we have watered down a lot of what we allow on townhomes and front-load apartments, front-load garages, and I do not think that they add any value to the curb appeal whatsoever. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Councilmember Beeson?
Back to what I said to the first reading. I actually supported what Planning Commission introduced to us. I liked the intent that they introduced. They also had it to where the number of units permitted in one row was not included in there due to the addition of line item H, which is the number of units permitted in any one row. I will not be supporting this text amendment. I also am not supportive of legislating design options because I don't foresee it as being helpful.
Sarah, I missed the last part of your comment.
I'm not supportive of over-legislating design options because I don't foresee it as being helpful.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to take it to Roswell residents. Would any Roswell residents like to comment on this matter?
Yes, Eric Schumacher. I'm going to wear my planning commission hat. I don't really want to do this, I guess, but I just want to clarify that if we have a front-loaded townhouse that is 28 feet wide, and we allow an alternate finding for a double-wide garage door that's typically, say, 18 feet, we're still going to have a problem with the driveway because the driveway can't exceed 40% of the front yard of a townhouse. So you'll end up with a conflict there. So that might be something you want to correct or consider. I do believe that the Planning Commission's recommendation is a good one. Alternately, you could just delete front-loaded townhouses. I mean, I personally tend to agree with rear-loaded townhouses. Councilperson Beeson, we do have UDC design guidelines. I know it's difficult to understand sometimes, but they are part of our code, and they are something that our design review board uses to approve plans. But I think this has gotten very complicated, and I personally worked for many years actually on this to make it very simple. And I think we aim to meet the ask of Mayor Wilson on keeping the code simple. So I would just ask that you look to make this more simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schumacher. Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Beeson.
If I may respond. Perfectly understand that there are design guidelines in the Unified Development Code. Point of clarity, I'm getting a doctorate in city planning. I can navigate the UDC quite well. I also loathe the UDC. I think it's overly complex. I also am in favor of letting the free market dictate what people prefer in their housing types and not dictating whether, if I personally prefer a rear-loaded garage, therefore the entire city of Roswell shall only have rear-loaded garages. But that's just my personal preference.
Any other comments from Roswell residents? All right, being that there are no other comments from Roswell residents, I bring it back to the council for additional comments, clarities, questions. And yes, sir, Councilmember Palermo.
I was going to say, I mean, I think obviously there's always ways to improve the UDC, and we should and we will make it easier and clearer for anyone to understand. That being said, the UDC is what protects us from the free market just turning Roswell into full of nonstop apartment buildings and well over 200,000 residents. So the UDC is an important tool that we have to not turn into Sandy Springs or Atlanta, et cetera. And frankly, I think some of Roswell's challenges have been because many decades ago, long before any of us, there were just the aspects of just overbuilding what the free market was demanding at one point in time, which was not good for the longevity of the community. So that's why I think it is important to have the right guidelines in there. And so ultimately this evening, I'll be planning to make a motion that will include the compromises and keeping the front-loaded townhomes. If that fails, then I will be looking to quickly jump in and immediately just have another motion, which would be to remove it and make it more clear. I'm certainly, fine either way. I do think it is important that we are including alternate findings for detached homes, because again, those can be one-off situations that might have a very specific need versus a large development. So that's why I think that alternate findings piece should be returned to the code.
Hey, Michael, I know that Councilmember Hall and Councilmember Mortland want to make some comments or ask some questions, but just want to get some clarity that at some point we're going to have a motion on the floor and what it is everybody can vote on. So just want to make sure that everybody knows that, right? Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. And this may be a question for Mike or David. If we changed from 28 to 30 feet, would we solve the 40% driveway problem for the width?
I think that would be a question for ComDev.
Or ComDev.
So it's basically the math of the front yard with 30 feet. Could 40% of it be?
If the width for front-loaded was changed to a minimum of 30 feet, would we solve our issue of 40% driveway?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't know until we saw the plan, but essentially, if you have a 30-foot townhome unit, a double-car garage is 17 feet wide, I believe.
18 feet would be 60%.
Right, so you would not be able to do that because that exceeds the 50% that's allowed per the code. You cannot have a garage door that exceeds 50% of the unit width. And then you have the 40% driveway, one of those cleanup things that should go away. So no, it does not solve the problem because you're still gonna have a single car garage in order to comply with the 50%.
If we make no changes tonight, that problem's still there and stays the same, right? Or is that problem not there? Because it's my understanding that was an issue for another potential development.
Correct, but they got an alternative compliance and exceeded the 50% on the width.
How'd they get that done?
Of those, and that's how, but then their driveways were the problem.
How did that happen? How did they get alternative compliance?
Because the code currently allows staff to be able to do that. And so
I think you're hearing why you're hearing some apprehension from councils like, doggone it.
Well, you're taking that away, so that would not be an option anymore.
Because, all right, Councilmember Mortland.
She had the line of questions I was going after was, is Eric's line of questioning correct? Are we going to have more problems? And it seems like to me after all this that we're overcomplicating the situation and we're trying to simplify it. So that's where we're going on that.
But it's so funny. So let me put this in the layperson's language, because all these other people are fantastically more able than I am on this. I can hear what's coming through is what starts off. None of this is simple, right? Unfortunately, we're getting these text messages, they're never simple. And then when you, on the fly, start solving them, as they get even more complicated. The apprehension is trying to solve for challenges that we didn't solve for in the past, right? And something slipped through. And so the apprehension is, I don't want that to happen again. That's what I hear. Like, please, I don't want that crack to happen and bust me in the chops again. So I guess that's what I'm asking from the layman's perspective is, Councilmember Vanstrom.
I would love to see us just simplify this. What I'm asking is for development that's housing development in this city to reflect the beauty of our neighborhoods. We don't need high density development, but I'm not opposed to townhomes when they look really nice. I disagree with Councilwoman Beeson that we shouldn't be mandating against a row of townhomes in a high-density urban look. I think we should be saying 4, 5, and some space between that gives it more of a neighborhood feel. I think there's nothing wrong with that. I am willing, though, to simplify this by simply saying, topography, fine. Let's just go with no more front-loaded. And this is otherwise way too complex. And if that's a compromise that makes this whole evening simple, I'm all for it.
It'd be fun if we could see that, pull that off. Councilmember Beeson.
Just for a point of clarity, I'm not saying that we lift our current maximum number of units. It's currently 8. 8 is at ComDev. It's currently 8. I think 8 is reasonable. I think 3 as a maximum number of contiguous units is unreasonable. And also to the previous point, I understand the purpose that the Unified Development Code serves. That's not where my hatred for the UDC lies. My hatred for the UDC lies in the fact that it's been entirely bastardized over years and it's served by death of 1,000 cuts, that it no longer serves its original intent and purpose. So I hear y'all, I hear you. I'm not saying that I'm setting the UDC on fire and we no longer have any sorts of checks and balances. I'm saying that I think the current number of 8 is reasonable, and I'm saying that we continue to make a death of 1,000 cuts of this document that is already confusing, and we're making it even more confusing.
Councilmember Palermo.
I think the best thing that's happened to our city from a development standpoint is that the UDC was changed so it does not match the original intent. The original intent was to urbanize, was to increase density, and it was a code that was set forth to do that, and I'm really glad and appreciative of the protections we're able to put in place that change that intent and work harder for the small town feel of Roswell and why so many of us have moved here. That being said, I think this has been a fascinating discussion, and with that, I think ultimately in the attempt for a compromise, which Councilman Vanstrom said is my fatal flaw, is always looking to compromise. And with that, I think it does make more sense to do the goal that the mayor stated that I think a lot of people would prefer, which is to simplify, as Councilman Vanstrom brought up. So I think it does make sense to go more in line with what was at the first reading, which is to remove front-loaded. There's still a lot of front-loaded within Roswell. There will continue to be a lot of front-loaded within Roswell, and this is purely focused on new future development being development that's not going to include front-loaded as an option.
Thank you, Michael. So that looks like our second reading tonight. Is that correct?
So there'd be one aspect as well. So it would be what went to the first reading with the update that alternate finding would be for just detached homes, and there'd be the sentence added that the Planning Commission had suggested which was, let me go back into the first reading one, which is basically just saying that it has to be in accordance with 2.2.20.
All right, so you're good with 9 with one exception. I'm trying to find it here. I apologize. So 2.2.20, is that correct?
It's just basic, so we're not making any changes to 2.2.20.
Okay.
It's that there was a sentence added, meets, is in accordance with, and does not violate UDC section 2.2.20. So it's packet page 187.
Okay.
Staff, got a question?
Yes, ma'am, Lenore, sorry.
Nope. What is your intent with the intent? Did you want to continue to add that? That was not initiated? That was an add-on from Planning Commission that was added at first reading?
So I like the intent. I'm wondering if it still is it still helpful?
Yes.
Okay. So then my intention would be to include the intent as well. So basically, we're taking what was initiated, we're adding the intent as recommended by the Planning Commission, and we're adding that sentence that I just said, referencing 2.2, under the alternate finding, which also was based on Planning Commission's recommendation. So it's the initiation plus those two updates.
There was one other update that you carried forward at first reading about the minimum of 20 feet between the curb cuts for driveways to allow on-street parking.
I don't think that will have the same impact without front-loaded.
That's number 1 in this book.
So I will not be included that in my motion.
The minimum 20 foot between curb cuts to allow for street parking for residential townhomes, gone?
Gone.
Okay,
Just complicates it.
got it. And then, yeah, we have 3 items on here. So the one that's staying is number 2?
So you got the intent, full intent section.
Yeah, the full intent. 1,
That will all stay.
2, 3, and 4?
Yes.
Okay. So on the intent, 2A, 1, 2, 3, and 4 all staying. You guys can't see it. Can you see that on your end? All right, so the reading is as, and then adding number 2, which is insert the following UDC section 2.2.19 residential garage parking, A, intent. Michael, number 1, the intent of the residential garage options is to minimize the visual impact of street-facing garage doors, correct? 2, where garage doors can be seen from the street, measures shall be taken to reduce the visual impact of the doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
3, measures include garage door setback from the front wall plane, architectural treatments, translucent garage doors, single doors, projecting elements over the garage doors, such as bay windows and limits on the total number of doors that face the street. That's number 3, correct?
Yes.
Number 4, where garage doors are located perpendicular to the street, measures should be taken to reduce the visual impact of the sidewall that face the street. Measures include architectural treatments, changes in material, landscaping, vegetation, or the installation of windows. That's what's coming in, right?
Yes, and staff, so you feel even without the option of front-loaded, this will still provide help?
Yes, because it also is for single-family and detached house garages as well.
Michael, did you hear that?
Sorry, I did not hear that.
It would also affect attached and detached
Yes.
single-family houses.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, so Michael, that is, I'm going to accept, are you making a motion?
So I'll make a motion, which is, again, it's going to include that. It is not going to include modifying building type standards. It is not going to include,
Minimum 20 feet between curb cuts,
it's not going to include that one.
and not going to include number 3, add 2 items on residential garage parking.
Which page are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 187.
Okay, so I'm at 187 as well. Okay. Because this is going to include, so again, I just want to make sure we're totally aligned. It's what was initiated, plus the 4 from the intent, plus you said there was one other thing.
Well, on this page here, packet 187, the planning commission's pieces are down below, right? So 1 is a minimum 20 foot between curb cuts. You're
Not
saying
including.
Nope. 2 is insert the following.
Yes.
Which is A, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yep,
That's all good to go.
yes.
And then 3 is add two items, UDC 2.2.19, residential garage parking. You're saying out. Is that correct?
No, so, section 3, we'd be keeping,
Okay.
because the important one is 5. Meets, is in accordance with, and does not violate UDC section 2.2.20. It's basically giving staff more guidance on alternate finding.
Okay.
So I'm gonna include number 5.
Gotcha. And 6 as well? The 60% number? You don't want that in there,
No,
correct?
we're not gonna add that one.
So you want 3A5 and cut out 6?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Jackie, Lenore, you got that? Okay.
Request on the charts, on the building setbacks, under the number of units permitted in any one row. We understand with front-loaded being deleted, that will go away. But are we keeping the number for rear-loaded, and are we keeping the 10-foot minimum building separation?
Yes and yes. Yep. So those are both what was initiated.
All right, so
Is there anywhere else that it says the front-loaded is permitted? Is there anywhere else that front-loaded should be deleted from?
Lee, Peter, Christine, Sarah, Will, do you understand what's on the table right now? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to be sure, thank you, Mayor, that I'm clear on, under A, intent number 3, it says measures include garage doors set back from the front wall plane. Does that need a reword? No? Okay, all right, thank you.
Sorry, being an Auburn graduate, that's probably a challenge.
War Eagle.
Willie? I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
I think we beat the wind out of this sailboat. I'm good with it.
What are you saying, Willie?
I think we beat the wind out of this sailboat. I'm good with
Okay.
it.
All right, so the sailboat is about to go into the bathtub. So, Michael, your motion is, everybody understands it, approval of the text amendment to the UDC regarding section 2.2.1, net residential garage parking, letter C, townhouse, letter D, administrative alternative finding, articles 3, 4, 5, 6, regarding number of use permitted in a row of townhouses, second reading. Then you've got this packet from page 187. You're accepting all but number 1 from the Planning Commission pieces and number 6. Is that correct? And everything else is good to go on that page. Which modify? Both of them? Both modifyings?
I think we're getting rid of that.
Okay, just the first modify. All right, so scratch modifying building type standards unit width,
And get
20 foot to 24 foot. Scratch number 1, minimum 20 feet curb cuts to allow for street parking. Scratch under number 3, number 6, combined garage door width may not exceed 6% of lot width when garage doors. Those get scratched, everything else stays. Is that correct?
And this one is scratched too. 3 front loaded.
And underneath modified building type standards, in the second paragraph, the 3 front loaded is scratched as well. That's right. Okay. Well, that sure was simple and easy, so thank you for that motion. Who would like to second that?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilmember Hall. All in favor, please raise your hands. It's, okay, is that a raise or no? That's a no. Okay, I saw the finger go up, so, all right, 5 in favor, all opposed? 1 opposed, all right, 5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion passes. Congratulations. All right, go to number 10. Councilmember Pulliam will read the last community development item, please, sir.
Approval of a text amendment to the Unified Development Code regarding section 10.1.9, alternative compliance, section 13.9.2, who approves administrative variances, and section 13.11.2, who approves variances. This is the second reading.
Thank you very much. City Attorney Davidson, would you please read the ordinance, please, sir?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code by modifying Article 10, Site Development, and Article 13, Administration. Now therefore, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, Georgia, pursuant to their authority, do hereby amend Article 10, Site Development, Section 10.1.9, Alternative Compliance, and Article 13, Administration, Section 13.9.2, who approves administrative variances, and Section 13.11.2, who approves variances of the Unified Development Code, the text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this is the second reading.
Thank you, David. Jackie, would you present the item, please, ma'am?
Yes, this is the second reading as indicated. In the first reading, the approval was to delete, as also as initiated, delete the alternative compliance section. We're also deleting letter E, the landscape open space and outdoor amenity from 13.9.2, who approves administrative variances. We're deleting letter B related to the Board of Zoning Appeals. We're creating a new letter B that states the Board of Zoning Appeals can only approve variances related to the zoning requirements of the UDC and decide on requests related to Articles 1 through 10 and Section 12.7. And letter C in the change from the first reading is underlined and in red. States all requested variances from Section 10.1.3, vehicle and bicycle parking, Section 10.2.3, neighborhood compatibility buffers, from landscape open space minimum requirements for development, and as approved at the first reading, Sections 3.2.9, townhouse activation pedestrian access, 4.3.5, townhouse activation pedestrian access, Section 5.3.7, townhouse activation pedestrian access, and 6.3.2, townhouse activation pedestrian access shall be heard by the mayor and council. And that section's related to townhomes and front doors for the pedestrian access. So that was what was approved at the first reading. Do you have any questions for staff?
Thanks, Jackie. Council, any comments or questions? No comments or questions from council. I'll take it to Roswell residents. Oh, Councilmember Beeson.
I'll keep it quick. Same thing I said during initiation, same thing I said during the last reading. We are on hour 4 of our mayor and council meeting. Our meetings are already long. They're already in the weeds. I have every bit of faith in our ComDev department that they can approve a bicycle parking buffer. I think these are pretty benign things that they're covering. This is pedestrian access. This is sidewalks, is it? Is it sidewalks and walking access? Front doors. Oh man, front doors, even better. I have every bit of faith that our ComDev department can approve front doors. They can approve bike parking, and they can approve other things that prevent us from mayor and council from getting in the weeds, from avoiding bias on our end, and from, I guess, opening the door on things that I think are already covered in our Unified Development Code that give them very clear guidance on how they should weigh in on these variances.
Okay, Sarah, are you trying to take this meeting for another 2 hours? Because that is
we're going the distance tonight.
Oh my God, that's Councilmember Palermo.
So I think that was a little disingenuous because, first of all, bicycle parking, I agree. When that part of the discussion came up, the mayor felt it was simpler to not separate and carve out. Instead, the fact that vehicle parking that's where it is, to just include bicycle parking. But here's the part that I think is disingenuous. This has major impacts to development. One that we discussed earlier today, landscape open space. As Councilmember Beeson brought up, that by increasing the landscape open space, that means you can build smaller apartment buildings. And that's something that staff would have the authority to make adjustments to landscape open space. So that is not something that I think we should have staff doing. I think as well, Councilmember Beeson said she trusts staff regarding doors. Well, frankly, staff does have a record and a history of granting so developers can squeeze in more townhomes to not put front doors on the townhomes. That has happened. And so I think this is really important. But the most important reason I think this is so important is transparency and accountability. That if a resident doesn't like the decision made, they can hold all of us accountable. If they don't like the decision staff made, they can't fire the staff member. So that's how this will improve accountability. Transparency. The mayor didn't know some of the stuff that staff was doing. If the mayor of our city didn't know some of the decisions that staff was making, then I guarantee you our average resident does not know decisions that a staff is making behind closed doors. So I think this is just absolutely crucial, and this is something that truly does affect accountability and transparency. So this is a big, important update, and I'm really proud for the opportunity to be held accountable for any decisions that are going to affect the neighbors of these developments.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions from council? I bring it to our Roswell residents, please, one at a time. All right, thank you. Bring it back to council. Any additional comments, questions? Councilmember Beeson.
I have a question. It's probably a question for the attorney. Is this considered zoning according to the ordinance that we just approved related to the campaign donations?
Yes, it covered variances.
Thanks, City Attorney.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Mike Palermo, Esquire.
He is correct, though. So yes, it does apply to the variances.
Okay, so related to the variances and how it goes back to the campaign donations, not to say that the mayor would ever be implicated in this scenario, but the mayor is not included in that ordinance, correct? I'm not saying this would be Mayor Wilson, maybe a mayor in the future. Mayor X, 2 terms down the road.
I believe that is correct.
What's correct? I want to make sure I understand.
That somebody can make a donation to the mayor and still, the mayor, someone could still make a donation to the mayor and that would be related to, I don't want to make any specific hypothetical scenarios. Somebody can make a campaign donation that's still pending under the variances scenario. And there's people who are obviously politically aligned with mayors and maybe not politically aligned with mayors. So inadvertently, donations are taking place. My point being that there's still inherent bias in the system. And to Councilmember Palermo's point that we can be hired and fired by the people as a whole, that's like 4 years down the road. The public memory as a whole can be quite short, and somebody's memory related to a variance or a change can go so fast. If staff is doing something that is inherently wrong and violates the Unified Development Code or their job, that's not to say that they would not be removed from their position on staff. Yeah, I think they're fully capable of making these decisions. And to his original point, that this would allow for apartments to be built. We all know that apartments currently cannot be built in the city of Roswell, or at least standalone apartments. Is that correct?
They could up till a year ago.
Currently, apartments cannot be built in the city of Roswell.
I think to the point Sarah's like, I don't think it's accusing anybody doing anything wrong. Is that the complexity of this document makes it almost impossible sometimes to be in strategic and economic alignment. You have to be a mind reader. So that's why I was like, so that's an administrative variance? But you almost like, part of that's why getting the code right is so important. And it's not like, hey, asking you to mind read what the council wants, but the ultimate people who are responsible for it is not staff, it's council. Mayor and council are responsible. Council, this is like this basic philosophy 101. The elected leadership is the representatives of the people. The people are responsible for the policies of the city. The talent and the staff of the city are responsible for the execution of those policies. Nothing like this UDC, which everybody's talked about, talk about complexity, trying to figure out what is the exact policy of the mayor and council, particularly when it's not being clear. So, I mean, that's why I said you kind of throw out like a salvo for a 2-hour conversation. Talking about a mayor and council in the past that haven't had clear policy, haven't had clear direction, haven't had clear economic policy, jumped on anything that was appetizing, and then the lack of that clarity was, and then you mentioned the UDC, it was dead the night it arrived. 128 text amendments the night that it passed. The people that brought the UDC into the city passed 128 text amendments the night it passed. So people like Mike Palermo, I'm gonna give Mike a little credit. I'm gonna give Christine Hall a little credit. At least they figured out, trying to figure this system, the UDC, has not been following what they believe is in the best interest of the residents of Roswell long-term, and the UDC created a lot of loopholes. So we go through this mirage all the time of having to fix this stupid thing, trying to protect, and the same trying to say, hey, do you know what we want? And they're saying, I don't know. Which one of these 8 million text amendments do you want me to interpret? So there's more to it. Councilmember Hall? Oh.
I didn't know if we were going to get into it.
No, I don't want to. Councilmember Palermo.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if there hasn't been issues with this process, I think there'd be no reason to be passing it tonight. There'd be no reason to be going through this process. At the end of the day, there are multiple examples over the last multiple years where a staff was making a decision that city council was not aware of, or perhaps some of them were. I have no idea, and residents found out much later. And instead, with this process, with it being at an actual hearing, then whether the resident likes or does not like the decision, they'll know right away what's about to happen right next to them. And again, with the landscape open space and apartments, ultimately at the moment, standalone apartments are not allowed. Apartments are allowed as a part of mixed use. And then obviously, future councils could always change that. There could always be different directions. But I think what's really important is no matter what the details of the UDC, is that ultimately for the things that are going to impact neighborhoods and neighbors in our community, is that there's full transparency and it's not just being done by a staff member. Because at the end of the day, elected officials are humans, staff are humans, and there's different perspectives and a lot of subjectivity, and I think it's really important it's done in a public process.
That's good. Yeah, you're responsible. End of the day, you're the elected representatives are responsible for what gets done, and that needs to be on your heads. Sarah? All right, thank you. All right, any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Very good. Councilmember Palermo, do you have a motion?
I'm ready for motion. I will say, so Councilmember Beeson, if the one reason you were opposing is the bicycle parking, I'd have no problem going into the UDC and digging that out. Again, that was included purely for simplicity, and I was trying to find a compromise. But again, doors have been an issue. We've seen other issues with definitely the tension of a neighborhood compatibility buffer. I think we've all seen how much a neighborhood is impacted if their compatibility buffer is disturbed, et cetera, and obviously landscape open space. That's really going to affect the intensity of the development. So with that, I'll motion to approve a text amendment to the UDC regarding section 10.1.9, alternative compliance, section 13.9.2, who approves administrative variances, and section 13.11.2, who approves variances. And again, this is the second reading.
Thank you, Michael. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed? Motion passes 5-1. Thank you very much. City Attorney Davidson, please read your next item on the report.
Thank you, Mayor. The only item I have is a recommendation for closure to discuss personnel litigation and real estate.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for closure? Motion for closure by Sarah Beeson. Do I have a second for closure? Second by Councilmember Morton. All in favor of closure, please raise your hands. It's unanimous. We are adjourned for closure. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.